Just thought I'd ask. Who does he look like? No, it doesn't look like Steve Jobs. He looks like his cousin. Yeah. He looks like his cousin. Chris Farley is his cousin, or was his cousin. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. That's Chris Farley's cousin. Chris Farley's cousin is the CEO of Ford. That makes me like Jim even more now. Jim makes automobiles for the American working man because that's what he is and that's who he cares about. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You rolled out the electric transit van so you could have people live in it down by the river. Swishio, 13's the lucky one? That's why Fords don't work. That literally makes no sense. Yep. I have a very nasty orange aura today. I'm glowing. Yeah, he's a Ford Transit van down by the river. I'm tired of living in a van down by the river. Anyway. Yeah, just a little bit of interesting news to start off there. Let me get the rest of the Space News links kind of transferred over. There's SN15's display spot. There's that picture from Nomad. There's the thing on the National Reconnaissance Office. Interesting article by Jeff Faust there. Okay. You have a bad case of chromaria. I've been looking at the Dragon and the new booster for a little while here. Yeah, there's some things going on there. Nice, Wishio. There's a Russian spacewalk that will happen later tonight. Yeah, that's what's going on with the Russian news. There is a Russian spacewalk that will be happening a little bit later tonight. When I was a squadron commander, my first shirt named Matt Foley. Oh, hell yeah. Yep, the Let's program. Yeah, Phil, that's what I don't think anybody understands about this new the $10 billion over 5 years is for the Let's program. It's not for HLS, but it's okay. Here, we'll start off space news, like the actual space news stuff with this. Here, this the NASA SLS account just tweeted this. Take a look. This is the transfer aisle inside of the VAB. Not bad. Yep. It's pretty rad, man. Pretty freaking cool. Soon. What are the tubes for? HVAC. Gotta keep the shuttle engines dry. Hey, Roadrunners. Good afternoon, my bearded brother. Hope today has been going most excellent. Yeah, dude. Every day that I get to sit here and do this job, dude, I'm good. Okay, I'd have to look at it, Phil. We're working on the larger SSDO tonight. That's the plan. I know, Endo. It's pretty, dude. It's freaking happening. Yeah, Goalie. These are dehumidifiers. The shuttle engines don't really like humidity very much. Most rocket engines don't, for what it's worth. They don't like the humidity. Raptor kind of notwithstanding. Same spot, same building. That's right, Bello. Yeah, that's inside of the transfer aisle in the VAB. Yeah, I agree, Boring. Yeah, we need a block buy of SLS stages. That's really important. I wonder if if anybody's politically capable of pulling that off, Bill is probably our guy. Yeah, Merkers. There's not really many places to go and see up here in the Northeast. We'd have to go down south. Like, we got to take Mick to Daytona or something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Raptor's going to take a bath soon. This is NASA SLS. I think 500 cores should do it. 500. 20 would be fine, but yeah, 500, I mean, I'm not going to complain. Are the SRBs in the VAB now or not? Velo, they're already stacked inside of the VAB, yeah. Let me see. I'll get you a picture here in a moment. Character 11-month resub. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get a good picture here. They're already stacked. NASA's image archive is freaking AIDS. Sometimes. Let's try VAB SRB. And of course it shows shuttle era pictures of the SRBs being stacked. That's good. I guess. Whatever, I'll just go on Twitter and find it. NASA's image archive, man, I swear sometimes it's just poo-poo. It's just poop. Poop. You got a picture of it there? Yeah. I mean, this, yeah, here you go. Right there. The SRBs are totally stacked. They got to put the core stage in, and then they got to put the rest on. The core stage goes right in the orange part goes right in the center here. See that? There's actually little these parts right here. This part, if you notice, this isn't a perfect sphere, right? Or not a perfect circle. The circle goes right here. This part right here, right along this line, actually flips up when they go to hang the core stage in position. That archive is junk now, sadly. It's possible to overload the site if you search for too many things. Yeah. Everyone as NASA was saying that they think the first SLS launch will fall to next year. It seems that sentiment is what's going to happen. I disagree. Need backup? I think they're saying that to cover their bases just in case. I think it's going to launch in November, if you really want my honest opinion. How many days exactly is the integration? They should be doing it actually now. Yeah, they should be working on that pretty damn soon. They're gonna get it by the end of the year. But I'll tell you, that's barring no like crazy problems, guys. I hope so. That makes sense that they were saying it to cover their backs. NASA always does that, need backup, because they have to. They have to cover their backs, or else someone's gonna be like, well, you said this, and it's just... And then they'll have the people in the press saying NASA can't do anything, blah, 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 blah. You know what's going to happen. They have to cover their backs just in case. I think internally... Not I think. I'm pretty... Well, no, it is what I think. I'm pretty dang sure that they are targeting November, which leaves it open. I mean, it's a nominal window, dude, because there's no launch window for this flight, but they're targeting November. Pretty damn sure. Been talked to a lot of people that work on that thing. They're around. They'll get it. Trust me. I mean, I haven't seen many pictures come from here. Let's take a look. Let's just out of the blue. Hey, there's my favorite, my guy. If we just type SLS, let's see what that gets us. Let's just go over here and just find SLS pictures from this year. There's a Block 1 Beast. Oh, just on a side note. Oh. I don't hate what's going on here. Sources say November. Not sources say, Yarg. It's on NASA's. You can go on NASA's website and look to see when Artemis 1 is supposed to be. Seriously, go. It's on their launch manifest for November, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. There's a lot of stairs. Yeah, Roadrunners, I've walked up and down those stairs. Seriously, I have. It's a little jarring because you can look right through the damn ground. Here. EJ flex time. Oop. Yeah, I've walked up and down those stairs. 5 years ago, but still. Well, 6 years ago now. I have to say I went down to NASA right before the second to last shuttle mission, and it was doom and gloom the whole time. Yeah, I mean, need backup. I don't... Look. I understand that everyone around wants NASA to get the best bang for their buck, and they want NASA to return to how quickly they did things during the Apollo era. I get it, and everybody likes SpaceX because they go quick. I'm with them on that one. However, all right, what we have to understand is that, a lot of people say NASA is a jobs program, and that's right. It is. It's a jobs program, and my question back to them on that front is what's wrong with making jobs? Particularly jobs that are going to get us some science. You don't necessarily see a monetary return on government-funded science missions. Did we see a return on investment from Voyager 1? No. Right? So, in that sense, everybody talks about how, SLS needs to do this, or the cancel the shuttle was a good idea, or we should have done this, we should have done this. But you got to take into account that every time, if a program gets axed, that's like a good couple thousand people out of a job. And when the shuttle program did get canned, everybody says it nice, like, oh, the shuttle program concluded. Sure. When it concluded in 2011, the reason everybody was doom and gloom is because Constellation was underperforming at the time, and everybody kind of saw the writing on the wall. Literally, the day after STS-135 landed, I think NASA laid off, cumulatively, probably 10,000 people. 10,000 people. Titusville still has not recovered. Neither has Merritt Island. They're still in an economic depression down there because the fallout from the shuttle program. Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that you also have to take into account when people throw out canceling programs willy-nilly, right? This is putting people out of work. And they laid off 10,000 people, and you guys want to hear, and I know this from people that worked on the program, so the source is kind of, dude, trust me, I can ask if you ask anybody here that worked on the shuttle programs, there's some people here that watch the stream that do. They're not around much anymore, but they fired all the shuttle people, and part of the reason why SLS took so long, or they laid them all off, I guess. Part of the reason why SLS is taking, or it did take so long to get back in the swing of things, is because they fired all the people that they fired all the people that were in charge of integration and stuff. They laid them all off, and then hired new people to do everything. So the guys that worked inside of the VAB building shuttle stacks, for instance, they laid all those people off and went and hired new people to build SLS. Because they didn't want to keep them on the payroll for however many years it took to get SLS operational. That's part of the other reason why Ares 1 existed in the first place. You can keep these people on the payroll, right? And you have to pay the maintenance cost on the VAB anyway. You might as well build a small crew access vehicle and use it as an opportunity to test out your deep space exploration capsule. Constellation had it figured out politically, and it was a decent enough architecture from an engineering standpoint. It was good enough. But yeah, that's why they were all doom and gloom. All those people got laid off, and they all had to move somewhere else. Titusville still hasn't recovered. I know people that live there. A lot of people that live there. So, I mean, and these are good paying jobs, like aerospace engineers and stuff. Aerospace engineers, integration technicians, trades, stuff like that.
Go at throttle up.
So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff I don't think people take into account when they say, oh, cancel this program, cancel this program. Like right now, Sophia, NASA's high altitude infrared telescope, is on the chopping block.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, this administration doesn't want to fund Sophia, which I think is a mistake. That's really stupid, because you're going to put a lot of people out of work, and you're paying for less capability. The idea that they're kind of putting out right now is that we have infrared telescopes on the ground. All right? This one flies. Why would we not keep that capability? Isn't being scientific about having a control group? So if Sophia sees something, right, and then they image it from a ground telescope, that's a control, right? Why would we not do... Yeah, Sophia's on the chopping block in the presidential budget request. Yeah. It's kind of stupid. NASA is a Panamax class ship to steer. Yeah, kind of, Swishio. Mm-hmm. I think it's the point we either keep stuff and raise the taxes or cut stuff to put money elsewhere. I mean, I suppose. How's that any different than any factory town when the plant's closed? I don't like that either for what it's worth, Gaw, but that's basically what happened. I mean, yeah, the shuttle program going under and then no program to replace it basically put NASA in a position where, I mean, they always tout NASA, at Kennedy Space Center. Everybody's like, oh, we made Kennedy Space Center a multi-user spaceport. You know why? You know why they made it a multi-user spaceport? Because that's the only way they could pay the upkeep on the facilities. It's the only way they could have done it, because you weren't getting the money from Uncle Sam. So they had to basically, I don't want to say pawn off, because that's kind of a derogatory way of saying it, but they pawned off 39A and all three of the OPFs. They sold the OPFs, they leased the OPFs to Boeing for the X-37. They did that with OPF-3 for Starliner, and then they wanted to give High Bay 4 to Northrop Grumman with Omega, and then they gave 39A to SpaceX. Well, not gave them. They signed a lease, so they're paying for it, but they're paying for the upkeep on these things because NASA couldn't afford it anymore.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just something to take into account, but they always tout it as a multi-user spaceport, and don't get me wrong, that's really good. I'm happy, but on the Titusville point, it's really starting to go up in the past few years. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, Vulcan, some things that people don't take into account is all those jobs that, what's his name? The guy that everybody hates. Jeff Bezos, brought good couple thousand jobs to the Space Coast with Blue Origin, building the pad and everything. Yeah, you're right. It is coming back because of commercial space, but didn't they sell the crawler transports? No, funding, they were going to the crawler transports CT-1 and CT-2 are both still owned by NASA, but under Constellation, part of the heavy price tag that Constellation carried, and keep in mind NASA's total cost involved, so it's always going to look more expensive than it actually is, called for refurbishing the crawler transports. They refurbished CT-2 under Constellation and used CT-1 to finish up the shuttle program. CT-2 restoration was completed, and CT-1 is just sitting out in a field somewhere. Well, not in a field. Sitting out in its parking spot next to the VAB. Constellation's funding being cut prevented the restoration of Crawler Transport 1. NASA only uses CT-2 nowadays to move the mobile launchers around. Hey, Williams, 20-month resub. So, you have an orange outline. Thank you. I noticed. I changed my lighting setup, and I didn't get it tweaked in time. I know I have an orange outline. So, yeah, I mean, keep in mind the fallout that happens inadvertently from, oh, let's cancel this program, let's cancel this program. It's a really stupid thing to do. I mean, sometimes the program meets its logical conclusion, like the Gemini program, or I guess in this case, the shuttle, but why did the shuttle program get terminated again? Money, safety, Rule 8. Columbia pretty much doomed the shuttle program, and it's a shame because it was a freak accident. Swishio, I still will maintain to this day that you could launch 1,000 more shuttles, and what happened to Columbia would not happen. 1,000, yeah. That's how much of a freak accident that was. We should launch rockets like we fly planes. Well, that was the plan with the space shuttle, Gujar, but we got cold feet after Challenger, and then Columbia sealed the deal on that one. So, Swishio, long story short, Columbia happened, and NASA basically wrote up something called the VSE, the Vision for Space Exploration, which is basically a 30-year roadmap of basically finding an interim capability to replace the space shuttle, and then going back to the moon, and then going back to Mars. The VSE still kind of gets used nowadays with SLS, even though it's a watered-down version. But it is there. Yeah, the Vision for Space Exploration is what gave us the Constellation program, and the Vision for Space Exploration is what gave us the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program, which gave us Commercial Crew and Commercial Resupply. Yeah. That's basically kind of how this all ended up. So we basically... Excuse me, I have new cables under my desk because I ran the lights. We basically had the shuttle program. What doomed it is Columbia. Columbia really screwed that whole thing over. Before that, the shuttle program was basically going to be phased out probably right around now. That was the original life for the shuttle program, 2020s, and then they would replace it with something else. But they said we'll replace it with something else, but never said what it was. So Columbia kind of forced NASA's hand, and they came up with VSE. VSE is really good, actually. It was a really comprehensive thing. Yeah, it's basically what gave us Constellation and would have given us stuff like this. And then they canceled it in 2011. Yeah. And see... how they funded this stuff was basically ramping down old stuff and then ramping up other things. See how there's little bumps in here for crew exploration, and then ISS transportation, right? See, everyone thinks that the commercial program started in 2011, which is complete bupkis. No, they were always going to do that. NASA always wanted to commercialize low Earth orbit under the VSE. So like Commercial Crew and Commercial Resupply, that was going to become a thing. So the plan was to commercialize low Earth orbit so NASA could focus on going back to the moon, which is what we eventually are doing now. We're doing that now. It's just not the most ideal architecture. I mean, Ares 1 and Ares 5 will always be better than SLS in my mind. These two. But part of what they figured out with these two is... part of what they figured out with those two is one feeds the other. You know what I mean? Like the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 5 shared the same upper stages. They would do this in the meantime, and that would replace the shuttle initially, right? Ares 1. And then they would do some of the technology and development that went into Ares 1 would find its way into Ares 5. Like the upper stage engine, for instance, and the 5-segment booster. It's interesting because they got rid of this, right? They said get rid of this, and then they still did the 5-segment boosters anyway. And Swishio, I'll tell you, one of the reasons why SLS is so expensive is because the development for that 5-segment SRB had to be basically done from scratch. This way, they would have had testing, right, with Ares 1 for the 5-segment SRBs and the upper stage engine. They would have had flight testing and data evaluation. Because the second stage on Ares 5 uses the same engine and same propellants as the second stage on Ares 1, right? And then Ares 5 also used the twin 5-segment boosters, and Ares 1 is a single 5-segment booster. So basically what they were going to do is avoid the heavy cost involved with building a super heavy launch vehicle by rolling out parts slowly, using parts for that super heavy launch vehicle to make a smaller launch vehicle just for crew, and then using those parts to make a bigger launch vehicle down the road. That was to keep costs from getting ridiculous. You could just slowly fund this super heavy launch vehicle over time. and you could be backed by flight data and analysis by launching Ares 1 and Orion. But they axed Ares 1 and said, no, just replace it with commercial crew, and basically built a watered-down version of Ares 5 from more or less scratch. And that's part of the reason why SLS ended up being so expensive, or at least it's not. Like, that's the real reality of this. It's not that expensive. SLS isn't expensive for what it is. It's you always see total cost involved with NASA. That's just, they'll give you the whole price, the price of everything. Like VAB maintenance costs are roped into SLS's budget because the SLS program utilizes the VAB. The screwed up part of that is the VAB has 4 high bays in it. 4 of them. SLS uses 1 and 1 mobile launcher. There's enough capacity here to build 4 SLSs at once, but we don't. We pay, but we still pay to maintain 4 high bays, which is just... See what I mean? See what I mean about cutting NASA's budget? It affects it in ways people don't really take time to think about, which is funny to me. I mean, the idea of making Ares 1 Swishio would have roped the cost of the VAB over 2 programs, Ares 1 and Ares 5. So overall, we would end up paying less over time, but nobody understands that. Hey, Kipax, 4-month resub. Not sure to ask. Blue Origin had to cover some costs from the delay of Vulcan being flight certified and using Atlas instead. Are they in trouble? No. I don't know where you heard that, but... Hey, Kim, what's going on? Trussell, 36-month resub. On the Ares 1X flight, it was a 4-segment booster with a dud 5th segment. That's correct, Supercraft. Aerodynamic evaluation. And basically, they scrambled to have something. Because what people don't know... people are more complaining it's not reusable. Yeah, those same people have no idea what C3 means, Bandit, which is funny to me. If the SLS works, it'll be worth it. When it works, Forlorn. When it works. It's gonna fly. She's gonna fly, don't worry. What would be the equivalent of the S1B with the SLS? There is none. So we funded SLS basically out of pocket, a super heavy launch vehicle. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to rope costs and move costs around with NASA to get you to keep the costs from ballooning, because it's very easy to balloon a budget on a space program. It's really simple. It's not that hard to do. Why? Space is complicated. So it's really easy to scope creep, James Webb, and balloon costs, SLS, if you don't have a nice steady pathway forward. And that's and it's funny because the same people that hated Constellation don't like SLS as well. The same people that called for Constellation to be canceled 10 years ago, the same people that don't like SLS nowadays. And everyone complaining about Constellation being too expensive, that mentality that, oh, it's too expensive, big government space programs are too expensive, they're too expensive, beating that drum got you an even more expensive program that doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. They don't understand that getting rid of that roadmap and replacing it with SLS basically, it removed our launch capability but kept the jobs going, which is funny to me. Like, everybody that doesn't like Constellation, doesn't like SLS, and the irony is unfounded because the same people that, the reason SLS exists is because everyone's like, oh, Constellation's too expensive. It's funny to me. The other thing is that Constellation was funded properly up until 2008. 2008, they shorted it. They underfunded it 2 times, just like they're underfunding HLS now. They underfunded it basically 2 fiscal years in a row. And I'm not talking like, we asked for $1 billion and you gave us $700 million. NASA asked for $1 billion and they basically gave them like $100 million. Like, we're talking about a 90%, like getting 10% of what you asked for. And then they canceled the program under the guise of underperformance. Oh, it's way behind and it's going to cost more money because it's way behind. And it's way behind because, government spending, blah, 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 blah. But it was not funded correctly 2 times in a row. This is why I always, like with HLS, I always make sure, like I said, when they underfunded HLS last year, that it's going to cause repercussions. It's going to cause big problems down the road, and now we have this whole fiasco with HLS. See what I'm talking about? I mean, if you were to make one with the current program, kind of like how the S1B did Leo and the S5 did Lunar. John, if I was going to... Okay, so what we're talking about here is just a... You're talking about just a way for Orion to be able to get into low Earth orbit. Because at this point, there's not much from SLS that you could use for a smaller lifter. There's no high-powered upper stage. There's no high-powered second stage, honestly. You really want to know? If at this point in time, if we needed Orion to get into low Earth orbit, I would just pay Elon Musk or pay Tory Bruno to do it. Seriously. Put an Orion on top of an Atlas 5, 552, or a Delta IV Heavy, and just go from there. Delta IV Heavy is not human rated, so Vulcan... Yeah, that's probably what I'd end up doing. Like it has to do with citizens, the government representatives. Yeah, so this is, I mean, guys, the folks that are trying to spin this into some taxation is theft thing or, you know, corporation, blah, blah. I'm not really inviting that kind of rhetoric here. To be honest with you, that's not what I'm getting at. The thing that I'm getting at is that there are repercussions here. And the other thing that you have to remember is that, you know, with government spending, you have these grandiose plans, right? All the time, right? That happens. This kind of stuff happens. You have these big plans. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't, right? But the funny thing is that with the case with NASA, those plans are still subjected to rocket science. Unless NASA can make a rocket engine that runs on hopes and dreams, the policy is denoted by engineering. You have to. Why? Because no amount of government prowess will freaking invent a drive that runs off magical gumdrop fairies. It's still subjected to the laws of physics. So the policy every time is going to be based off of engineering all the time. It's just who engineers what and where. That's all. What did Brimo do to you? I changed my lighting setup a little bit, Flash Wolf. I got a different set of lights up here, so I don't look like dead. Yeah. What do you mean? SLS's upper stage is already the smaller upper stage for a small vehicle. They just put it on a big one. Oh yeah, Delta 4. Yeah, Yarg, but Delta 4 isn't human rated. That's why I wrote that off. You like the hair glow? Yeah. This isn't lighting in the same way that I wanted to light before, but we could see. The cool thing is that I can go in here like this and just, I want to change the tones back to where they were. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's where we were before. Just get some nice warm lighting in here. Turn the intensity down just a little bit. Yeah, I have Elgato key lights now. They're pretty cool. They're pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, it's orange frosted tips. Yeah, I know. I know I have a chroma behind me, guys. Hang on. I gotta turn the AC on. These lights get a little bit hotter. That's fine. Orange strimmer bad? Oh, jeez. We can see the green screen. I know. I know. I know, the lighting isn't perfect. You're gonna have to bear with me. It is what it is, dude. At least I don't look dead. But it's hard to light skin color with an orange chroma, which is why people don't use orange chromas. So I got a neon green screen coming, so yeah, we'll get into that later. You have a green screen behind you, are you George Lucas? Okay. All right, so this is coming from the National Reconnaissance Office. The L-111 mission is scheduled for June 15th. This is a Minotaur rocket from Pad 0B at Wallops. Minotaurs are cool because it's made out of leftover ICBM parts. Wait, what? You're ditching Phil. No, I'll leave it up there, Yarg. I'll just hang the green screen in front of it. Yeah. So that's cool. Let's see. What else do we got here? Who will win the SpaceX race to the moon? This is coming from Jeff Faust here. Here, let's turn on Dark Reader. Sorry, I've been thinking about this all day and I know it's off topic, okay? But how are solid motors like the Space Shuttle's SRBs pressurized? They must have some sort of pressure or else they wouldn't have any thrust, or am I thinking about this wrong? Pressurized. Hey, Horizon, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. So, what... Okay, Livid, you're thinking about it a little bit wrong, but you're on the right track. So... Solid propellant is basically, that's just something that explodes with a lot of energy, okay? So, it's kind of like plastic explosives, but not. It's not. It's hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene and ammonium perchlorate with aluminum flakes for a stabilizing agent. Yes, the SRBs quite literally use aluminum in the fuel. They burn solid aluminum, which is pretty cool. But it's only there as a stabilizer. The end consistency of those chemicals is about Play-Doh. It looks like Play-Doh. Seriously, it looks like Play-Doh or concrete. So what happens is if you light this Play-Doh on fire, it'll explode, and it'll explode with a lot of energy, a big crack, like a firework almost. Actually, it's not that far off. The Space Shuttle SRBs and the SLS SRBs are a 4 and 5 segment booster, respectively. So basically what they do is they take these segments and they bolt these segments together, and there's O-rings. Yes, those O-rings. There's a triple redundant O-ring that seals the segment together. All right, so when you light the SRB off, right, it lights the Play-Doh on fire, and the Play-Doh's explosion is what pressurizes. That's not what it's called. It creates combustion chamber pressure. It creates a lot of combustion chamber pressure. And because the segments are sealed together with those O-rings, the only place for it to go is out the nozzle down the bottom, out the throat. SRBs still use a convergent-divergent nozzle design, meaning the hourglass, right? You see the nozzle on a rocket engine, and then it kind of goes in and it goes out. It looks like an hourglass. That's called a convergent-divergent rocket design. Convergent-divergent is, yeah, that's like the norm. That's like saying, you know, it's a convergent-divergent rocket engine. Would be about as weird as saying, oh, yes, it's a car with 4 wheels. Yeah, most cars have 4 wheels. Some of them don't. Some trucks don't, right? Hey, Space Explorer, what's going on? I got your message. Yeah, very cool. I don't mind shouting out other people that like space, especially people that like space as much, if not more, than I do. I like that. I don't know about you. We had a Horizon Sci and a Space Explorers raid back to back. Thank you very much. So the entire SRB is one giant combustion chamber. That's correct. Yep. It is a huge combustion chamber. All SRBs are, guys, they're just pipes. It's just a big pipe. That's it. Now, in the case of the shuttle's SRBs, here, take a look. It's just pipes that are just joined together. I'm serious. It's pipes with an insulative agent here to make sure that the steel doesn't get very hot. And your O-rings there's 3 of them. There's 1, 2, and 3. These are the O-rings that that they had a problem with Challenger. And there's the Play-Doh right there. Yeah, that's the explodey Play-Doh. It is literally just a big steel pipe. That's it. But this pipe is joined together in segments. And then you have your throat down at the bottom, and the SRBs have a nozzle attachment that's inside of this aft skirt. Inside of the aft skirt is the nozzle and the thrust vector controller. The SRBs actually have a movable nozzle, because how are you going to gimbal this entire thing? That entire thing is the rocket motor, right? So they have a movable nozzle that has a flap that goes over the end, and that the nozzle is an ablative nozzle. They build the nozzle, the nozzle extension out of heat shield. It's out of phenolic impregnated carbon, if I'm remembering right. Could be wrong on that one. You'd have to go check. Yeah, and the nozzles are what keep this whole thing cool. So how do they pressurize? They have a bunch of O-rings that hold them together. Yes, those are the O-rings that they had problems with during Challenger. You can see the different designs here. So the original design had double O-rings right here, and then this design has a triple redundant O-ring, 1, 2, and 3, and it also has. The reason why they put these curves in here, if you notice, like, see that curve is not very big right there, and it goes like this, and then there's another curve here. The reason why they did the designs like this and why the curve is so big here is because the O-rings don't just seal. The way the chamber pressure works inside of the SRB is that the explosion pushes on these pieces of metal and helps seal the O-rings so they don't fail. That's why there's like a L-shaped flap right here that goes over the O-rings. So the explosion inside of the SRBs actually compresses the O-rings and keeps them sealed. This was the old design right here. The old design, they kind of had that figured out, but you can clearly tell right here that, you know, this piece going up and over like that, it goes up and over. That's really what they needed to do. But this comes from lack of testing too. That's the other thing. But yeah, they keep them sealed together with gigantic rubber O-rings. The SRB is very, 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 very hot. Very hot. Those things burn extremely hot and they're extremely powerful. They got a lot of power behind them. I have some Russian news. Can you post it now? Sure. Yeah, go ahead. So, yeah, I mean, all this is just a bunch of pipes kind of bolted together with an O-ring. That's it. And this is the entire combustion chamber right there. It basically it has a spark plug at the top, literally a spark plug. It's just a spark igniter. So, you know the thing that goes when you fire up a gas grill, if you have an igniter on the grill, that. It's that at the top, and it ignites the SRB at the top, and the SRB burns downward. The fuel burns downward, and then they kept a hole in the center where the gases get accelerated into the throat and then out the nozzle. That's it. SRBs have two moving parts: the gimbal and the thrust vector actuator and the spark plug. And the spark plug isn't even a moving part. They're very simple pieces of equipment. That looks like it weighs a lot. Shikama, the SRB, each one of these SRB segments weighs a couple 100 tons. SRB fuel is very dense. It's like concrete almost. Yeah, Scott has a great video about it. Yep. Does the Explodo dough go down as it burns? Well, it starts burning from top to bottom, and then it also gets burned. It burns from the inside out. But if you want to get a little more complicated, the industry terms for the Play-Doh is called grain. There's a segment with grain in it. Anybody that knows a little bit about trains will know a car that has 4 bogies on it is going to hold up something that's really frigging heavy. This is really heavy because that segment is fully loaded with grain. So, how you pack the grain inside of an SRB is really kind of completely dependent on what kind of performance you want. This is how you could pack grain in the SRB. This is different ways of doing it. And depending on, because now you have a variable geometry combustion chamber, basically, the combustion chamber changes size and the surface area on the combustion chamber increases. Because it increases, you can either, depending on how you pack this, a more surface area inside of the combustion chamber will get you a bigger combustion chamber. You can fill it with more stuff, get a bigger explosion, and you can actually change the thrust on the SRB. Now keep in mind, you're not changing the thrust in real time. It's called the thrust curve, and the curve can change depending on what you want. The Space Shuttle SRBs use a regressive thrust curve that's more in line with something like 3 or this boat anchor, number 6. The Space Shuttle SRBs want the, people say, oh, how does the Space Shuttle SRBs throttle down? Well, there you go. That's how they throttle down the SRBs, and they throttle down the main engines. And then go at throttle up, the shuttle engines throttle back up when the thrust curve on the SRBs at the same time starts going back up. It's all timed correctly. Yeah, you can get different thrust curves over time with this. You can get a progressive thrust curve. You could get a linear thrust curve. You could get a regressive thrust curve. Yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, with the SRBs, they have a regressive thrust curve. But once again, it's just a big pipe. That's all it is. It's just a couple of pipe segments just bolted together with a couple of O-rings and a spark plug with a thrust vector controller at the bottom. That's it. SRBs are ridiculously simple. And these ones are human rated too. And also, they're by far and away the most powerful rocket engine ever flown. The Space Shuttle SRBs are... yeah, powerful to say the least. The 4-segment SRBs on the shuttle each put out about 12,000 kilonewtons of thrust. That's somewhere above 2 million pounds of thrust, which is a lot. That's double. That's almost double what the most powerful liquid fuel rocket engine produced ever made. The most powerful one is in a single nozzle form. The most powerful rocket engine is the Saturn V first stage engines, the F1. In multiple nozzle and just by straight thrust output, the strongest liquid fuel engine is the Energomash RD-170. It puts out somewhere north of 6,000 kilonewtons. These produce double. Yeah, the 5-segment SRBs on SLS produce 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust, literally double what an RD-170 can do. Double. Yeah. These engines are powerful, and they're very useful. They're great for heavy lift. Great for heavy lift. The AJ-260 is a fun rocket, though. Yeah, ever flown, though. The AJ-260, they put it in a hole, fired it, and then left it there. But yeah, that's not the biggest rocket engine ever tested. The AJ-260 is, yeah. It's like having 2 F1s on either side, or 2 RD-170s on either side. This is what I mean, guys, about physics. Remember how a second ago I was saying, physics denotes policy no matter what? It's almost like you need a certain amount of thrust to move something like this up into space. 2 RD-170s equal about 1 SRB. It's pretty close. And that's funny because Buran has 4 of those. Yeah. Interesting, huh? And they needed 4 RD-0120s on the bottom because the thrust structure down here, which is non-existent here, right? They needed to add all this thrust structure because they wanted the lifter to move the shuttle or payload, right? And because they have all this extra mass bolted onto the end of the external tank, they decided to go with 4 engines, and then the Energia core stage ended up being a little bit longer than the shuttle's external tank. Buran's a little bit taller. It would be like an SLS core stage. It's about the same size. These Energia stages were huge. Very, very big. That's fair. Imagine if the AJ-260 had ever been used for the Saturn I. Yeah, the AJ-260 was basically a Saturn 1B first stage that was all solid. It would have been pretty cool, man. Would have been pretty cool. Yeah. Energia 2 is a bad boy, but Energia 2 is much crazier. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think the latest advancement of China's artificial sun? Fusion? That's cool. I don't care who does it if it's for peaceful purposes, Gujar. I don't care. I think we should do some of that too, but I mean, we are. There's ITER and stuff, which is, we're working on that with the Europeans, which is cool. Did you see the Atlas V with 13 RD-180s and 2... Did you see the Atlas V with 13 RD-180s and 2 J2X upper stages? No. What's that? Yeah, Buran has... Yeah, it has... The wings aren't much wider. They're not much, I like the aura surrounding you. Are you channeling divine intervention to get this Chungus SSTO done? No, I just am stupid when it comes to lighting things. The orange aura comes from not having enough fill light, guys. There's not enough fill light because I'm not using the same lights that I was. I switched the lights up. Here I mean, we could try to get around it, I suppose. But it's like the old streams back in the day, dude. There we go. It's not as bad. The proposed evolution for the Atlas family. Oh, that thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, at what point should you just make SLS, you know? For space news. Okay, we'll keep going. So let's read this article here from Jeff Faust real quick. I'm gonna try to glaze over it, guys. If you want to go and read this, check Phase 3B, guys. SSTO, please, please. Yeah, that's right, Speedy. All right. Yeah, Mayor, right. For months, NASA had strongly suggested that it would select 2 companies for the next phase of its human landing system program. Just as with the commercial crew and cargo programs, agency officials said having 2 companies develop and demonstrate lunar landers would provide redundancy and ensure NASA was getting the best deal. Competition, having multiple suppliers for us, is an extremely important principle, said Mark Karasich, the director of NASA's Advanced Exploration Systems Division, which includes the HLS program, said at a conference in February. So it was a surprise when NASA announced April 16th that it had picked just 1 company for what it calls an Option A award to develop a lunar lander and fly a single demonstration mission with astronauts on board. Even more surprising was the company that NASA had selected, SpaceX, whose Starship vehicle appeared massively oversized for the job. However, the end of the HLS competition does not necessarily mean the end of the overall competition to send astronauts to the surface of the moon. Quap, hi from Sneaky. Oh, hello. Oh, thanks for the raid, Sneaky. Appreciate it. This is actually doable. Going into the HLS Option A competition, SpaceX was widely considered the underdog. It received the smallest of the 3 base period awards from the program in April of 2020 at $135 million compared to Blue Origin's $579 million and Dynetics' $253 million. NASA's assessment of those original proposals graded SpaceX lower than Blue Origin. NASA's assessment of those original proposals graded SpaceX lower than Blue Origin and Dynetics, with limited confidence in SpaceX's ability to successfully execute on its proposed HLS development schedule, according to a source selection statement. That's correct. In the source selection statement, that's what they said. But at the April 16th announcement held late Friday afternoon with just a couple hours notice, yeah, that's because some dingbat leaked it, but that's another story. NASA said SpaceX offered not only the best proposal, but the only one the agency could afford. It was in NASA's best interest, along with the budget that was there, for us to award to one, said Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations. In the source selection statement for the Option A competition, SpaceX had a technical score of acceptable. All right, let's get to the good stuff. If you want to ask me about source selection stuff, I can give it to you. Long story short, SpaceX had the lowest bid, and the reason why they bid so low compared to everybody else is because they had massive private capital in it, which in the HLS, which basically means that Elon Musk raised the money privately for HLS, and NASA's HLS contract does stipulate that private investment can be used for lack of government funding. Basically, you can use private investment for your lunar lander if you want to. You look darker and smaller than normal. Yeah, I have new lights. I changed up the lighting a little bit. We need to add this to Angara pad progress. God, we're never going to get this done. There are 4 lights. I lost my place. Where was I? I'm trying to look for key information here. There's the protests, okay. Because they only chose SpaceX, basically Dynetics and Blue Origin filed a complaint saying you said you would choose 2 and you didn't choose 2. NASA could only choose 1 because that's the only, SpaceX was the only person that put a bid forward that they had the money. They had the money for. Once again, guys, underfunding, very bad for a space program. Very bad, especially in the development phase. I can think of one vehicle off the top of my head that was underfunded during development and had poor performance during operational missions. Yeah, you remember that thing? Remember this thing? Yeah, underfunded. Big time. So look at the mess that this is creating from underfunding. Let's just choose SpaceX twice. I mean, they could with Falcon 9. If they chose Falcon and Starship architecture, I wouldn't have a problem with it, Flash Wolf. I'm not going to lie to you. But there is a need for redundant dissimilar architecture. But that's the thing. Falcon and Starship are redundant dissimilar architecture, which is kind of funny. That would be hilarious. Dude, people would get so pissed if they did that. Constellation had poor performance, too, from being underfunded during development. Yeah, I know. Funny how that works. We're still paying for that one, Mink. We saved $30 billion over 10 years to spend $40 billion over 15. Good times. Yeah, Yarg, I mean, it remains to be seen from the Government Accountability Office if there's any legal recourse from Dynetics or Blue Origin about NASA choosing one option. If I'm remembering correctly in the broad agency announcement, the BAA, which is basically a broad agency announcement with NASA, is when they say basically, here, we're looking for people to build lunar landers for us. If you're interested in this, send an email here or whatever, and we'll consider you for funding or your plan or blah 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 blah. The broad agency announcement had an amendment to it, if I'm remembering correctly, in September of 2020, saying that NASA could choose one. It also had an amendment there saying that NASA could choose none. Yeah, it said that NASA didn't have to do a down select this year if they didn't have the money for it. Basically pad the funds, which is, I'm not sure how that would have turned out, because padding the funds with a government agency is not something that happens. You either spend it or you don't, or somebody else will. That's usually how this ends up with defense spending, NASA spending, any type of spending. Post office, doesn't matter. So you underfund so you have to spend more later. Yeah, Zen, yeah. Zen, think about it like this, okay? Rockets, space programs, anything. Any type of defense spending, this goes with any type of defense spending that has to do with engineering, okay? Picture it like a house, okay? When you build the house, what do you build first? You build the foundation, right? You build the foundation first. You don't want to build it just on the ground. It'll sink into the ground. So you build a foundation. Foundation is the most critical part of the entire house. Without the foundation, the house sinks into the swamp, or sinks into whatever, or it just falls over, right? And because you have to build that first, and because the foundation is made out of concrete or whatever, or bricks or whatever you want, you usually have to use stronger building material to hold it up. So in the U.S., I don't know how it is overseas, but in the U.S., a lot of houses have a concrete foundation, and it really depends on where you are. To be honest, Florida, you lay down some cinder blocks and then kind of go from there. But still, it's still the strongest part of the house. So you have to build the foundation first. Okay? That's going to cost you the most money. Cost the most money. And then as you build higher and higher, the house gets smaller and smaller. Then there's the roof. And then once the roof is finished, right, how much money does it cost to keep electricity and plumbing in that house? Nowhere near the cost of what it costs to build the house, right? Living in a house is much cheaper than building one. Rockets work the exact same way. If you underfund them when you go to build the foundation of your space program, guess what? Your foundation is going to crack later, and it's going to cost more money because you have to stop what you're doing, lift the entire house proverbially off the foundation, demolish it, build it again, and put it back down. That's why. It happens every single time. Every time. There has not been a case in NASA's history where they underfunded something and saved money. Never happens. It has never happened. Simultaneously, if you take a skyscraper's foundation and you built a 2-story house on a skyscraper foundation, that skyscraper foundation is going to end up costing you so much money down the road because you have to maintain a frigging parking garage underneath your house that you don't need. That is representative of overfunding. You don't take the Burj Dubai's foundation and build a little 2-story wooden house on top of it. No. It would cost you billions of dollars to keep that stupid thing maintained, and it would be a waste of time. Right? Overfunding and underfunding are very bad for a space program. There's a nominal window where you want to fund it right on the, like, it has to run kind of on the lean side. Just a little bit of underfunding actually, I'd say just a teeny weeny bit of underfunding is kind of where you want to be. You don't want to be right on the money, believe it or not, because let's be real. Nobody can predict the future. Nobody knew how much SLS was going to cost until we actually went and did it. You can't predict the future. I refuse to believe that. But we can come up with estimates, right? We can come up with a budget estimation, right? That's the reason why cost plus contracting exists, to take into account that you might not know what you're engineering. Now, when you're developing a new type of technology, like going back to the moon, that makes sense. But also at the same time, SLS was super overfunded in the beginning. They overfunded it big time. And we're seeing the effects from that. High cost per launch is a very good example. Everybody always throws around that $1 billion a launch thing with SLS. Now, I don't think that's exactly right, because remember, it's total cost involved, and if you launch more SLS rockets, the price goes down over time, right? If you launch more of them, right? But, yeah, I mean, overfunding and underfunding are very bad for a space program. Like, you're screwed. I mean, it happens every freaking time. But yes, and it's not good. And like I said, it's like building a foundation. If you don't build the foundation right, you build it too big or you build it too small, you're going to have problems later. It has to be the right size. This is the time where you want to spend the cash so you don't have to spend the cash later fixing a freaking broken foundation to a space program. That's what happened with SLS. That's what happened with the space shuttle. Dollar per launch isn't a good metric in most cases. Correct, Infi. But the big thing is that NASA's prices are total cost involved. So that's everything that you need to do to put that rocket on the pad and launch it. SpaceX uses a price per launch, which is not that. That's like opening up a restaurant, right? And charging $100 per meal because you want to make the money back on the huge expensive oven that you bought for this restaurant, right? No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. If you said that, people say, why is the food so expensive? Well, I have a really expensive kitchen. No, you don't pay total cost involved in the commercial sector. That's dumb. You launch out of you make food at a lower cost than what it costs to start the restaurant. This is why restaurants have such a hard time turning profit, and why a lot of restaurants fail in the first couple of years, because you're not going to make your return back for a long period of time. But the idea is that if you have a restaurant that survives 5, 10, 15 years, you end up making money off of it, and you can use that somewhere else, or you can just keep running the restaurant. But yeah, it would be stupid to have total cost involved at a restaurant. The food would cost like $1,000 to take 4 people to dinner. That's how SpaceX makes their prices, which is not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. But it's important to understand the difference. Tell me why a 10-cent screw cost the Air Force $8. I mean, here's the thing, man. Like, look, it's not just a 10-cent goddamn screw, okay? You buy the dang screw, and then they have to be transported. They have to be transported to every single base. Say you have a bolt that hold, like one of the engine mount bolts on like an F-16, right? First of all, it's an aerospace component, right? So you know good and well that somebody went and re-engineered the bolts on that thing because it's holding an F-16 motor in place, all right? It needs to be a little bit better than the bolt that you get from friggin' Home Depot, right? Now you have all those bolts. They have all those bolts. They have to send them to all the places where they maintain F-16s and all the places where F-16s are in the first place. So, because you never know when an F-16 is going to need a replacement, right? How does the Air Force move stuff around? You think they just truck it around? Yeah, they might. But if they're trucking it around, is it in a regular civilian truck? Hell no. It's in like a Hemet or something, right? Or they could contract out logistics services, right? But you have to make sure that if you're transporting anything like ITAR or something, there has to be an escort, blah, 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 blah. This stuff adds up over time. Long story short, man. You got to think about the F-16 supply chains. F-16s serve all over the world with the U.S. Air Force, everywhere. There's F-16s in Japan. There's F-16s in California. There's F-16s in... I don't know if we have any here. We have F-15s in Massachusetts, but there's F-16 squadrons in Germany. They're everywhere. Think about all those supply chains. And that's how they rope the costs. They rope the costs somewhere else for the logistics. Just like SLS, it's the same thing. That's why you have a pencil that costs like $5 when you could go buy it at the store for like 10 cents. They need their own supply chains. They have to have redundant supply chains. I don't want the government depending on a commercial entity to move their stuff around. That doesn't seem smart. See what I'm talking about? This stuff does compound over time. And I'm not excusing this behavior by any means. It's a freaking bolt. Come on now. But you got to understand how this stuff gets moved around. Like if they're airmailing the damn bolt to a base like overseas, right? It's going to take some time for it to get there, you know? Long story short, dude, the reason why that damn bolt costs so freaking much is because you're looking at total cost involved. Something if you go to Home Depot, they don't take that into account. It's they sell almost at unit price. The profit margins on a bolt don't make very much sense. And the military doesn't move stuff around for profit, right? Especially maintenance components. We in Germany bought some rubber parts for the old Tornado planes we still use. It's not even $1 per part, and they bought them in the thousands. The thing is, they needed it not only made but certified. You don't want to kill pilots and throw away millions. Yeah, straight up, man. Like I said, Farm, I'm all for going after waste as much as the next guy, dude. But you got to be like, I'll tell you what, man. When it comes to parts that an Air Force pilot or a Navy pilot or an Army pilot is going to fly around, when it comes to those parts, you know good and well you can't have those parts fail. I don't want those parts to fail. I don't need another reason to celebrate Memorial Day, man. You know what I'm talking about? We can spend money on those parts. I don't have a problem with that. That's totally fine with me. You want to make a bolt out of titanium so you know it doesn't fail, as opposed to like a grade 8 steel? I'll take the titanium one if it means we get our F-16 pilot back if he goes and flies a combat sortie. That's fine with me. You know what I'm talking about? I want another reason to celebrate Veterans Day. I don't want another reason to celebrate Memorial Day, my dude. I'm pretty damn sure about that. Well, C-22, everybody criticizes the F-35, and once again, I ain't defending government spending. What I like to do is actually go and understand how the whole thing works. Now, in C-22, I'll ask you this. You know, those F-35s, the F-35A, the F-35B, the F-35C, you tell me from an engineering standpoint, how difficult it would be to make 3 different versions of the same plane on the exact same chassis that do 3 different things. And one of them hovers, by the way. You tell me how bad of an engineering project that actually can be. We sit here and wonder why that project went into the trillions of dollars in funding. Now keep in mind that's trillions of dollars over time. Just like Constellation is $30 billion over time, or HLS, the HLS funding that we're talking about right now is $10 billion over 5 years, right? Think about how difficult that is to actually go and engineer. You have to be able to make a plane that you can manufacture on the assembly line and adapt it to basically be able to either A, hover, B, be an air superiority fighter, or C, be a carrier landing vehicle. So, for instance, Air Force landing gear on an Air Force plane is not as durable as a Navy's plane. Why? Well, why is that? Well, because the Air Force doesn't go crashing their stupid planes onto the deck of a ship in hopes that it catches a cable, right? The Air Force doesn't need to do that. They got runways. So if you were going to design the F-35, right? If you're going to go and design that, and you were going to have one plane that services 3 branches of the military, how would you go about designing that landing gear from an engineering standpoint? I would design it to Navy spec, because that means I know it'll work with the Air Force and the Marines, right? And then make one type of landing gear. But now your landing gear across the board is over-engineered, so the price goes up, right? The Air Force doesn't need that landing gear, right? They don't need a landing gear that strong. But they have it because it's the better way to engineer that thing. See what I'm talking about? And once again, I don't want to sit here and defend like big spending like that. But on the other hand, it's important to understand this type of stuff. Yeah, John. Oh yeah, to clarify, I blame Lockheed for that debacle, but the F-35 is done at this point, so no point to cut him. The X-32 ramblings, nice. All right, Chief, what are you up to? Some jerk just ruined Rocketology stream with posting from several accounts the same message over and over continuously. Oof. That sucks. Kind of thought it had to do with the manufacturing contract. They take advantage of the government, kind of like in a medical thing. For example, $200 bill paid in cash is $200, which goes to insurance. It's $800. I mean, Farm, I don't know how medical insurance works, man. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand that black magic for all I know. Like, all I know is that I pay money, and if, for instance, I have a problem, I'm going to the hospital, and you best be freaking taking care of me because I pay all this damn money. That's about where that ends. But yeah, man. I mean, the other thing is that, there's another thing to ponder is, the factories that make this stuff, like AM General makes Humvees and tanks and whatnot. Is there a reason why, like, okay, so a tank factory, what else can a tank factory produce besides tanks? And actually, we don't even make Abrams anymore. We just take old Abrams and we upgrade them. There's no Abrams production line anymore. They got rid of it, which is, yeah, see that I'm like, you know what? It probably would be better if we just scrapped the old stuff and just kept making tanks, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, you can make tractors, that's right. But, you don't see the tank factory doing that, do you?
Discovery,
see what I mean?
go at throttle up.
The point that I'm trying to get at is that some of the defense industry exists because some of the factories that make stuff for defense only exist to make stuff for defense nowadays. Like shipbuilding is another very good point. Like do we know a shipyard that makes like container ships in the United States? There's Ingalls down in Mississippi, but they mostly make tenders and stuff and oil rig paraphernalia. Like I don't want to say that there's none, because there is, but like the maritime industry around the States is a lot smaller than it once was. So the fact that they have to use the shipbuilding factories to just make Navy ships now makes them dependent on Navy contracts, for instance, right? And that, see what I'm talking about there? That can jack the price if there's a sole source provider to building ships. So it's just like the space program. It works exactly the same way, only with much higher amounts of money. There's not much commercial shipyards in the United States, not comparatively to what there was. There are still some, I know that. Yeah, exactly, C22. Yeah, I mean, I think we'd be much better off doing that. But, I mean, I don't know. But it's important to understand how this funding works, you know, before you sit there and criticize and say it's too expensive. I find that the people that say, oh, it's too expensive, this is too expensive, couldn't tell me what a broad agency announcement is. You couldn't tell me what an RFP is. They couldn't tell me what a down select means. You know what I mean? They don't. And if you don't understand those terms, even if they're not pertinent to the thing that we're talking about on the sub, like contextually, they're not pertinent. If you don't understand those terms, you don't understand how funding works. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Hey, Nit, been a long time. Right on. Yeah, Gudra, getting rid of F-22 production was a very bad idea. It was a very bad idea. In the long run, it's going to cost more because of scarcity of parts. That was stupid. They did the same thing with the Seawolf. They did the same thing with the Zumwalt. They're trying to do the same thing with the JSF. Well, no, I don't know if they're trying to do it with the JSF, but yeah, no, bad idea. You got to mass produce these things. And it'd be better if there was a trickle over to the civilian market in some way, shape, or form, like with SpaceX there is, you know. But, hey, once again, it's important to understand how the funding works, guys. That's what I'm getting at. So, let's see. I'm wondering if there's a point here. Okay, here. Let's make a deal. Nelson at that hearing said he supported the agency's approach to the HLS procurement, including its plans to accelerate the acquisition of lander services that will be open to competition. The competitions will be there, said Bill. NASA is proposing to acquire lander missions after a single Option A mission through the program called Lunar Exploration Transport Services. This is the program that NASA added to the Next Step 2 program, basically around the time the HLS contract went out. Now, this is for operational missions to the moon, not the demonstration missions that SpaceX got. And Jeff's probably going to explain that here in a second. But NASA foresees LETS being a full and open competition with multiple companies winning contracts to transport astronauts to the surface of the moon and back, similar to its space station commercial and cargo crew contracts. The actual LETS competition is still a few steps away, cautioned Lisa Watson-Morgan, NASA HLS program manager, in an April 29th statement. The first of those steps was a request for information, an RFI. There's an RFI, there's an RFP, and the RFI and the RFP move to a broad agency announcement, etc., etc. I think I said that right. If I didn't get that right, please someone correct me. Asking the industry for input on how to structure the LETS program. NASA will follow with a broad agency announcement as soon as June to fund a risk reduction work for those lunar landers. Basically, they're going to identify points where the lunar landers could have problems and go from there. At a May 3rd Industry Day, Watson-Morgan said NASA would make several awards, but each would likely be no more than $15 million. A tiny fraction of the development cost for a lunar lander. We do not have a tremendous amount of money. That could be too little and too late for some companies that don't have the wealthy founders or other access to capital. Putting out an RFI for something that's a couple of years from now, well, there's not going to be anybody left. Other than billionaires who can choose to keep things around, you're not going to have others left in the game that are going to give you real competition. Okay, yep. Said one industry source. Dynetics, yeah. Other than billionaires who can keep things around. Yep, okay. Even a company like Blue Origin that's funded by I'm Jeff Bezos, will be at a disadvantage to SpaceX in any LETS competition thanks to SpaceX's HLS award. That assumes, though, that SpaceX will successfully develop Starship on a schedule like what it proposes. I tend to be somewhat optimistic with respect to schedules, said Elon Musk, laughing during a Crew 2 press conference shortly before he predicted a 2024 landing. Also, we need to be not making craters. We got some work to do, but we're making rapid progress. You guys think that 15 million for LETS per is a bad thing? Sorry if this is derailing this conversation. Yeah, you guys seem to be doing that a lot lately today. It's not enough? How do you know? Okay, Dimitri, what's up? What do you think about the recent spike in UFO videos? I don't know. I don't care. I don't deal with stuff that I don't know, Dimitri. I deal with regular space flight. I don't know what that is. Could be aliens. It's most likely a cover for the DoD to test something new, to be honest with you, if you really want my honest opinion. But yeah. The last time this happened, it was just cutting-edge military tech. Maybe the closing of the F-22 and so on are because of this. You're grasping at straws that aren't there, man. I don't know. The truth of the matter is I don't know what this is. And conventional Navy pilots, and when I say conventional, I don't mean in any way, in a derogatory way. They don't know what it is either. I don't know. Please last, okay? Each CRS mission is it's not enough for orbital transportation to the moon. Okay, now is NASA still in time to consider another competitor? All right, Swishio, we're talking about that now. Guys, 15 million. Let me go reread this. Make sure I'm reading this right. At a May 3rd Industry Day, Watson Morgan said that NASA would make several awards, but each would be likely no more than 15 million, a tiny fraction of the development of cost for a lunar lander. I'm trying to understand the context of this because I'm fairly confident you guys are taking this out of context. 15 million is to start. No program starts with spike funding like that. That makes no sense. It's probably 15 million to award contracts this year. And no, see, that makes no sense, guys. You could anyone here that's sitting here saying, oh, 15 million isn't enough. Phil, that's wrong. That's incorrect. And I can say that with the utmost confidence. Because why? There's no way it's $15 million for like the next 10 years per contract. That makes no sense. That's probably just the first round funding for the first year, to be honest with you, because you can't sit here and say that that's not good and then in the same breath understand that the Senate resolution bill calls for $10 billion over 5 years. That $10 billion over 5 years for HLS is for the LETS contract. So 15 million is probably a start, and it'll probably go up from there on a year-to-year basis, depending on funding. That's what that means. I'm pretty damn sure. It's not for risk reduction stuff, dude. This is the RFI. It's the request for information, and then they'll move to an RFP. That's what this is for. It's not for total funding, fellas. Are we supposed to be chatting about UFOs and fighter jets? Neuro, anytime somebody asks me about it, I just say I don't know and I don't deal with that kind of stuff and move on. So, yeah, I've moved on. So, let's do that. You mean the 10 billion that people are crusading against? Yes, Rogue. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm talking something I don't want to talk about. That's not what I want to talk about. 50 million is a finder's fee. It's not a finder's fee. It said it in the previous paragraph, what they're going to, or in the previous sentence. NASA will follow a broad agency announcement as soon as June to fund risk reduction work for the lunar landers. And then right in the sentence right after that, it'd be no likely more than 15 million. And this isn't a quote either. At a May 3rd Industry Day, Watson Morgan said NASA would make several awards, but each would likely be no more than 15 million. I would assume that this is in the context of the RFI and the money to fund risk reduction. Yeah, that's what that's for. What else would it be for? I'm sorry for your loss. Move on, Aces. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, there's no way guys, so my running theory with this, and this is the op-ed part, okay? This is my opinion on what it comes to HLS funding, okay? Where I'm at is what NASA's trying to do, and we know that this is a thing. What NASA does is you don't want to rope all your funding under one program. What does that mean? What does that mean? You don't want to say, because NASA has to report total cost involved, right? We talked about that a second ago. They have to say how much this is going to cost because they're beholden to the taxpayer. So they have to disclose all funding. That's super important. Now, with that being said, because they have to disclose total funding involved, it's better to have your lander, for instance, under a separate program than SLS, than Exploration Ground Systems, which is SLS, right? You want to spread that contract around, right? Because you don't want one program that costs $30 billion, right? You want to spread it over time, right? So what NASA's doing is taking that to the next level. There's the HLS down select, so the option A funding, which is for SpaceX, and then there's Lunar Exploration Transport Services. LETS was added to the Next Step 2 broad agency announcement. I think it's the BAA. They added it. They added another way to get funding for operational missions and commercial transport of landers to the moon so people can land back on the moon, right? Now, what they're doing here is you got to understand the context of HLS. The HLS down select, so the option A thing, which is a different program by law, right? By law, very important part, calls for an operational mission and then a crew landing mission. And that's it. That's all. Nothing more. That's all that contract calls for. The Lunar Exploration Transport Services contract is for missions for Artemis 4, Artemis 5, Artemis 6, Artemis 7, Artemis 8, Artemis 9, Artemis 10. All the other landing missions that come after Artemis 3. That's what that's for. Now, and here's the op-ed part. This is what I think NASA's trying to do. And I think they were getting pretty damn close to getting it done until some dingbat tried to call this a bailout, which, okay. What I think they're trying to do is rope the development for another lander under Lunar Exploration Transport Services. There's nothing saying that they can't do that. That's what I think they're trying to do. They're going to have HLS option. They're going to have the main HLS program with SpaceX for a demonstration mission and a lunar mission, and then they'll find a way to rope the extra $10 billion that they want, which I want to make that very clear. It's not $10 billion straight up. It's not like NASA's just going to sign a check to Blue Origin and be like, here's $10 billion. It's $10 billion over 5 years to fund operational lunar landing missions, or fund the development of operational lunar landing missions. Yeah, it's the funded development of operational landing missions. You got to set up a supply chain. You can't just say, one lander go. No, you need to set up a factory because you're going back to the moon sustainably. You need to set up multiple landers. You need to put block buy contracts in place. This stuff gets complicated, and people don't understand how complicated it gets. So what I think NASA's trying to do is they're trying to rope development for a second lander under LETS because they couldn't get it for HLS under the main HLS program. That's what I think they're trying to do. And I have a theory. All this like moving around the LETS and HLS funding, that all changes under an act that's in Congress right now called the Endless Frontiers Act. Now, I don't know what's in the rest of that bill. Bills have all this other garbage. Not garbage, but they have all this other stuff usually attached to them. I only paid attention to the space part. It specifically says in the Endless Frontiers Act, which, keep in mind, is a continuing resolution, I think is what it's called. It only says in the Endless Frontiers Act that, it says that the $10 billion over 5 years for HLS development and operations. That's what it says in the Endless Frontiers Act. So that tells you everything you need to know. It's basically there in paper. Like, and law speak has to be very, very deliberate. Legal speak has to be very deliberate when it comes to this stuff. So, it's the Endless Frontiers Act, C-22, particularly in the space section. It calls for another mobile launcher. It calls for Block 1B funding. It calls for the robust Moon to Mars plan. It calls for lunar exploration funding. Couldn't we fund CLIPS under Blue Origin Lander to fund HLS or above? You can, RJ, the beauty of this is that, it really, yes, you could. You can move stuff around. This is what I mean when you spread stuff around. Put stuff here, put stuff there, put stuff there. What is this? Oh, thank you. I will show these off later. Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Cool. Burks.
I carried them all the way upstairs by myself.
Oh wow, good for you. Books. We got a shipment. You spread the contracts around, RJ. You can this is why a politician needs to run NASA every time. 'Cause you need to be able to move this stuff around. You need somebody that is very good at speaking Rule 8, because you can spread it around. Like what Bill was talking about in the House Appropriations Committee that he attended. He was talking about roping NASA's funding into the infrastructure bill that's another continuing resolution in Congress. See what I'm talking about? You can move this stuff around. You could fund CLIPS development, right, if you wanted to. If NASA wanted to, they could move some of the funding into CLIPS for like a propulsion system or something. The key is to keep no one program with a crazy high cost. They spread it on purpose. This is what makes NASA unkillable, because you spread the contracts around like that. See what I'm talking about? You can rope stuff around. And you can play with it. There's a lot of open-ended space. Once again, that's why you need somebody that comes from politics that's going to fight for NASA, because if you don't, then somebody that's way smarter better at speaking this could gut NASA from the inside out, which is basically what happened during Constellation when it got canceled. Yeah, synthesis, I think that's a little bit different. What if some NASA administrator was corrupt but for the betterment of spaceflight? I'm pretty sure Doug Lavero got fired for breaking a conflict of interest. But, O-Force, I'm pretty sure he did that because he wanted NASA to have more landing options. However, it's also a conflict of interest and against the law. So, look, man, as much as I want people fighting for space as much as we can, I want us to do it in the confines of the law. Because if you skirt the law, then someone's going to complain, like selecting one lander when you should have selected two. And now you just made legal problems for you. Yeah, that's the last thing that NASA needs. See what I'm talking about? RJ, you can play with this stuff. This is poli-sci and law. That's really interesting. You can play with it a lot. And if you know what you're doing, you can really get stuff done. That's why I like him. That's why I liked him so much, because he was very good at it. First time I ever seen it happen firsthand. All right, got a couple more things and then we go. I'm gonna keep this stuff very brief. All right, let's see what else we got. What's this? Space insurers may book 2020 with a gross profit, but it's likely a net loss on the lowest premium volume in 20 years. Oh, insurance. Yeah, all these people that are launching stuff into space have the stuff fail. And that's having these satellites fail, like on Vega and a couple of Ariane missions and stuff. And then a couple of Rocket Lab missions. That's messing with the insurance premium, which is not ideal. Yeah, SXM7. Yeah, this is not something that's crazy big news, but it's something to keep in mind. You can't screw up. Can't screw up like this. Um, 1 hour later. Yeah, okay. Progress on the orbital launch stand. Well, I could show that Lunprod, but we apparently don't have time. Who insures this stuff? Insurance companies? Just insurance companies. I mean, I doubt that SpaceX is calling Geico for their insurance, but they might. Guys, you know what? I'm just going to go outright and say it. If anybody asks, oh, when KSP, when are you playing Curl? I'm pretty much just going to ignore you. I chose to do Space News today, knowing, and every time I choose Space News, every time we do Space News, I know good and well that it can go long. I don't really need people reminding me that I need to go play Kerbal. I know. I get it. Thank you. So, yeah. So, I mean, I'm just going to keep doing Space News, I think, now, because of that. Yeah. We'll get to the SSDO when I feel like it. At an ESA James Webb Space Telescope briefing, Arianespace says the next Ariane 5 launch, first of 2 before James Webb.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pacey. Is now scheduled for the second half of July. Payload fairing issue that has grounded Ariane 5 since last August has been corrected with certification reviews. Okay. Ariane 5 did have some problems with its payload fairing, the deployment mechanism that well, it's basically kept the thing grounded since August. Not good for Kinez or Ariane, but they have a certification review in progress, and it should go. Hopefully, it goes well from there. They'll have another launch the second half of July, and then once again, that's 2 before James Webb. That should be at the end of this year. Let's just hope they get that figured out. All right. I'll move the Starship news to the very end. We'll keep all the SpaceX stuff over there. So the next bit of news here is ExoTerra. Virgin Orbit win NASA Phase 2 SBIR award, Space-Based Infrared System for solar electric propulsion upper stage. Ooh. NASA's awarded Littleton, Colorado-based ExoTerra Resource, a Phase 2 small business innovation research. Yep. Award for the firm's solar electric propulsion upper stage, currently under development in partnership with California-based launch services provider Virgin Orbit. The upper stage will be able to deliver 150 kilograms of payload to cislunar orbit and 180 kilograms to geostationary. All right. As well as enabling exciting interplanetary missions, opening up a path to space beyond low Earth orbit for small sats. Cool. Atlas V 500 is back too. It got grounded because of fairing problems. Huh. Nice, Forge. All right. That's cool. NASA, on top of funding, NASA actually has, keeping that thing going, the small business innovation research. NASA actually has stipulations in how they spread funding that they have to spread it to businesses that have to small businesses around the U.S. Like electric propulsion systems. That's something that NASA doesn't need to do in-house. They can farm it out to a commercial company and end up getting, better bang for their buck that way, just like with SpaceX. Yeah, that small business stuff is another good way to move contracts around. To spread that all around, dude. Is that an ion engine? It is an ion engine, Electro, and it's an ion upper stage on Launcher 1. You guys got to remember. All right. Launcher 1 is the thing that they lop off the back of, or the side of a 747. That's Launcher 1. We're talking about an ion upper stage that can move 300 pounds to cislunar orbit off of a rocket that was launched off of the 5th pylon on a 747, which is pretty friggin' cool. Also, 747. Hmm. Hmm. I thought an ion engine was really bad for TWR. Yeah, so? It is. Yeah, you're thinking right. If it's an upper stage, who cares? It's just a satellite. It's not like you're putting people on it. It can take as long as it wants to get there. You can use the Oberth effect to get there. It'll take a couple of weeks, but it could get there. It's not going to do it in one shot like Apollo, T-Man. 300 pounds sounds like a lot. Well, yeah, 300 pounds, 150 kilogram, that's... 150 kilograms is, 330 pounds, something like that. It's actually closer to 300. Yeah, it's 300, 350. 350. Hang on here. Let me calculate it. Yeah, 330 pounds. I was right. Yeah, it's pretty good. Wow, it could almost lift you. That was funny. I mean, what would you do with that? Any type of small satellite you could dump out at the moon. It could be small observation satellites. You could have relays. You could build space relays that way if you really wanted to. Small sats nowadays are powerful enough. Well, not powerful enough. That's not really the right way to say that, but you get what I'm saying. You could do a bunch of things with it. It's a very interesting and unique capability. You could use it to do planetary science, whatnot. Hey, Joe, what's going on? Sorry, I gotta move a wire around, guys. This new lighting setup. Oh. I just don't want to step on the extension cord and freaking electrocute myself. That would not be fun. It'd probably be funny for you guys on stream though, but it wouldn't be fun for me. I don't want to do that. I switched the lighting setup. That's why I look a little different.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Arsenal 55-month resub. It would be shocking. Anyway, that's cool. A lot of small business contracts being moved around. Let's see. What else do we got here? So let's get into the Russian news here. Let's see what we got. 55er from Arsenal. Don't know if you can be bothered with this, but that link doesn't work for me, Billo. Or let's see. One out of two. This is coming from Katya Pavlichenko, who's a contributor for NASA spaceflight. She reports on the Russian news a lot here. Let's see. See what she's got to say. OneWeb will be able to deliver their services north of 50 degrees latitude, including Russia, by the end of this year. Despite the fact that the company didn't succeed to receive a frequency range in Russia before, they plan to make another try. OneWeb is ready to provide the Russian...
Go at throttle up.
C-Suite. OneWeb is ready to provide the Russian authorities with the necessary documentation for the decision on allocation of frequencies. They also have the intention to build 3 ground transmission stations on Russian territory in the near future. Interesting. All right, cool. Next bit here coming from Dmitry, who's the guy that runs Roscosmos. Wait, what does that say? He changed that. Oh, opinions are my own. Get it? I got it. Have a nice day, everyone. And for cheerfulness, a video of a space launch from Vostochny. Oh, all right. Yeah, this is the OneWeb launch that we saw launch the other day. Another Sloss article if things aren't running long. Yeah, they are a little bit, but we can pop in that. No, this shouldn't be too much.
Есть ключ на старт, 30-й. Зажигание. Предварительное.
Ignition
Промежуточное.
and liftoff.
Главное. Подъем.
Oh yeah, coming. Oh yeah. So I'm saying there's no can. What a shot. Ready? Click. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's an awesome picture. Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, that was footage from the OneWeb launch that launched last week. Very good. Okay, so the next bit of news here is we have an EVA from our Russian friends. Early morning for us. Should be a little bit later tonight. So Roscosmos, nice. Roscosmos published the schedule of the EVA 47 to be conducted on June 2nd. The hatch opening is scheduled for UTC 520. Oleg Novitsky and Peter Dubrov will prepare the Pures module for undocking and replace the fluid flow regulator control panel on Zarya. They're gonna, okay. They tried to do that during the last EVA with Sergey and Sergey. It didn't work. The stupid container that the thing came in didn't open. How did that camera survive? They usually have the camera looking through a periscope. So camera, mirror, mirror, and go from there so the camera doesn't get toasted by the rocket. And sometimes they still do. Yeah, Pures will be departing very soon. They're going to pop it off to make room for Nauka, their science module, which should be getting ready to launch sometime in July. That's what this EVA is all about. That, and there is some routine maintenance with the fluid flow regulator control on Zarya. Got to replace the pressure regulator outside. Playing Stationeers up in space. My alma mater tested a pintle failure on purpose. Oh. Cool. Hang on. Very nice. Oh, gee. Yep, nope, that doesn't look right. Okay. Nice. Yeah, of course, Grav Shark. Yeah, I will. Nauka scheduled for July 15th. Yep. This is what I caught on my plane spotting in Manchester. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Okay. Let's see what else. So this is coming from Chem. What are you up to? What is this? We got Angara pad progress here. Okay, let's see what we got. This is the Angara launch pad that they're working on at Vostochny. Yeah, they're laying down the concrete for the flame trench. Wait a minute. These guys are doing it by hand. They're dumping the concrete at the top and oh, Jesus. Hardcore, man, right there. They're dumping the concrete at the top and then... Yo. God dang. They're laying concrete by hand.
Сооружение 4А.
Oh.
Производятся работы по огнезащите. Долгожданные работы, которые нам важны и необходимы перед тем, как переходить к монтажу технологического оборудования.
It's going way too fast.
Работы идут. 50% объемов работ по огнезащите выполнены.
This Angara pad is going to be more like the Soyuz pads with the large pit of the exhaust. Angara's pad is similar. It's a similar design. Vulcan, most of their pads do that. Most of their pads have a big open flame trench. The reason is because it's easier to build the stupid thing into the ground. It's easier to dig a hole than it is to build a mountain. And our pads are mountains. The ones that are in Florida, at least. The reason why is because you can't dig a hole in Florida. So we built up. The Russians built down. Most of their pads are made that way.
Буквально зимой здесь была.
They are putting in the fire. Oh, okay, flame retardant.
Плита.
Yeah, I got it.
Сейчас мы видим, что стены готовы. Производятся работы по...
Yeah, you gotta spray the fireproofing in here. Yeah, Chem. I mean, obviously we do the same thing. You gotta fireproof all this.
Вентиляции.
Bricks. Not just brick. Russian brick is good brick.
Кран-балки расположены в проектных местах.
EJ, you still play Hearts of Iron 4 at all? No, it's not done. It's just not in the rotation, Rogue. I won't ever not go, like... So, how it worked, dude, is, like... No game is out of the rotation until I say it's out of the rotation. I could go play Hearts of Iron 4 if I wanted to right now, but we have the Kerbal deadline, so... Yeah, I don't want to do that necessarily. I played Hearts of Iron 4 in the past, Kyron. I played it during the quarantine streams last year, about a year ago at this time. It's a fun game. I still have to finish beating the Soviet Union. I played the Soviet Union for the first time, and Germany pushed my crap in worse than they did in real life. Yeah, I got wrecked. Oops. Yeah, see all this dark stuff right here is sealant. They take the foundation and they put like a tar coating over it to seal the foundation so no water gets in. You don't want water getting in the foundation. That's bad. There's going to be dirt pushed up against that concrete, and obviously you don't want the groundwater seeping into the foundation, because water will find the lowest point. Every time. It will find a way. It seeps through cracks and it friggin' gets everywhere. So you seal the foundation. SpaceX does the same thing, we just don't get to see it as much. I don't know, Rogue, maybe. It's cold, it's wet, and it gets everywhere. Yep, see all the sealant? This is all the stuff that's going to have dirt pushed up against it. You seal that concrete off.
Go and throttle up.
Because if water gets in this, especially because it's reinforced concrete, there's metal inside. What happens when metal rusts? It expands, and if it expands inside the concrete, it's going to crack it. See the metal rebar? Yeah, that's why you seal all this stuff. Oh, okay, Boxy, that's good. Hey, Hellbore, what's going on? All right, I'll check it in a second, Thomas. That's right, Steven. Yeah, absolutely. Concrete hates everything but compression. Doesn't like shear, doesn't like tension. Compression, though. You compress concrete, the stronger you compress concrete, the stronger it gets. Which is why they use it to hold up skyscrapers. Or fuel tanks in this particular case.
Работы идут.
These two guys are like, why are you filming us? Alright. No, I didn't, ECMA. The new lights look awesome, thank you. Did you see the HLS banner at the Blue Origin factory? No, I didn't. Check it out. Yeah, see? Dude, look, no pump truck. They're just pouring the concrete at the top and letting it crawl down the sides. I mean, it's pretty smart. Use gravity to your advantage. You kind of don't need a pump truck if you're pouring concrete on a hill. That wind, though.
Формируется гидроизоляция. Подбетонка уже готова. Вот начнутся работы по армированию. 7 секций тоннеля в этом основном тоннеле скоро будут готовы. Это крайняя захватка тоннелей.
7-section tunnel. What goes in those tunnel segments, Kem? Did he say? What's gonna go in these? Because the pad's over here, right? Because there's the flame trench, right? Could be fuel lines. Well, see, okay, guys, how the Russians do it, like I said, they build down. All the ground service equipment for the pad, all the pipes, all the plumbing, everything, HVAC, has gas, everything is in the ground because there's a rocket that launches next to you. So like how we do it over here is we have the pad up in the air and then we have pipes going far away to fuel tanks because you don't want them near the pad. The Russians have the fuel tanks kind of near the pad and they're underground. The rocket will end up rolling across the top of these buildings because they'll all be filled in. This will be filled in with dirt. Could be flame redirection or something. I doubt it. I don't think this is flame redirection, dude. Yeah, see, these guys are putting down the sealer. I don't think this is flame redirection because the flames are going in the wrong way.
Армированию 7 секций тоннеля в этом основном тоннеле скоро будут готовы.
See, all these conduits are coming out of the ground there. That's electrical. I'm pretty sure.
Крайняя захватка тоннелей.
Huh. See, the whole pad is basically underground. All the HVAC, all the wiring, the whole wire harness for the pad, everything is underneath. Sealing all this off like a roof. Nice. Nice conduit work. Very, very nice. Very clean. Not that, though. Who the hell did the wiring, man? They did all that nice conduit work and there's crap over it.
На минус 3-м этаже ГП-3
Oh.
есть уже помещение с чистовой отделкой.
Did I hear that right?
На минус 3-м этаже ГП-3 есть уже помещение с чистовой отделкой.
Huh. What did he say for this one?
ГП-3 есть уже помещение с чистовой отделкой.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Новое чистое помещение с чистовой отделкой.
Is he saying that's the launch control center, is it not? I mean, maybe I heard that wrong. I probably heard that wrong. Jeez. That's the acoustics, though. Cool. Neat. It looks like a blockhouse. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right to me. But then again, I hear bits and pieces, and I'm kind of guessing, so. I don't think so, Sandman. It's no problem, though. Keep going. Kem will figure it out. He said minus 3rd floor is getting finished in some rooms.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility with copy L on the ground. There's a bunch of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. next bit. Isn't that Rule 8? Yeah, a little bit. But oil's oil, though. It's just a joke. I can laugh at jokes like that. It's funny. All right, so let's go there like this. All right, Novus, I'm gonna blaze through this Phil Sloss article real quick. People on the crew live taking a selfie. Yeah. Yeah, this is right. Someone say bits and pieces? Shh, thanks for the bits. Alright, so this is a Phil Sloss article that was written yesterday for NASA spaceflight. Let's see what Phil has to say. Alright, let's hear what Phil has to say on the subject. NASA is currently forecasting that Artemis 2 will be ready to launch no earlier than September 2023, but similar to the... NASA's currently forecasting that Artemis 2 will be able to launch no earlier than September of 2023, but similar to attempting to forecast when Artemis 1 will be ready to launch, there's also a lot of uncertainty when Artemis 2 might fly. The second joint test flight of NASA's Orion Space Launch System and SLS vehicles will be the first to fly a 4-person crew after Artemis 1 goes on an uncrewed lunar orbital mission. Assembly, integration, and testing of the Artemis 2, Orion, and SLS flight hardware continues in the US and Europe independently of Artemis 1 for now, but some Orion hardware for Artemis 1 is still expected to be needed for reuse. The pandemic is also still having an effect on production activities, which could also affect when Artemis 2 is ready to launch. Interesting. Currently, Artemis 2 is forecasted to fly in the second half of 2023. After the long-awaited Artemis 1 uncrewed test flight. The timing for both is uncertain, and the Artemis 2 schedule depends on when Artemis 1 launches because some Orion flight hardware is planned to be used for both missions. All the flight hardware for Artemis 1 is staged in different locations around the Kennedy Space Center launch site. Okay. EGS. But Artemis 1 readiness date itself also depends on how smoothly the first integration and checkout proceeds. Yep. Where we are is we're trading back and forth between when the Orion service module shows up and is ready to integrate with the crew module and some of the avionics that we need to put in the crew module, but that's tricky. Where we're trading back and forth is when the Orion service module shows up and is ready to integrate with the crew module and some of the avionics that we need to put in the crew module. But the tricky part is that we constantly reevaluate our schedule, and there's ways that we can change the order and sequence when they're installed in the vehicle. No problem, Blotto. Yeah, it's in the, yeah, no, I'll play KSP later. The Orion service module is composed of the European service module and the crew module adapter. ESM Flight Model 2, FM2, is currently in final assembly at Airbus Defense and Space Assembly Integration and Testing Facility in Bremen, Germany. Once final assembly and functional testing are complete, the ESM FM2 will be flown to KSC, where Orion prime contractor Lockheed Martin is building the CMA and crew module. According to NASA's According to NASA's fiscal year 2022 FY2022 budget request that was requested on May 28th, the ESM is scheduled to arrive at KSC in August of 2021. That's not that far away. Lockheed Martin's Orion assembly, test, and launch operations ALTO team will complete preparations to mate the ESM and the CMA and test the assembled service module. In parallel with the service module buildup, Lockheed Martin will continue integration and testing of the crew module ahead of the mating of the two completed crew and service modules. U.S. government watchdog organizations have cited comments from space agency officials when noting a minimum of 20 months are necessary between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 to reuse avionics equipment. According to program officials, NASA will require a minimum of 20 months to refurbish and install these reused components Complete the crew and service module and complete EGS pre-launch processing activities. Huh. They're going to reuse parts from Artemis 1 on Artemis 2? Most of the work involves the tasks that need to be performed after the reused avionics are installed. Finishing outfitting of the CMA, ESM, and crew module, assembling and testing them as integrated crew and service module, and then assembling and testing of Orion with SLS. But there's also a long lead time required for these reused Orion components. Why? I always avoid things like 20 months here. 20 months there because it's really not what we're looking at. Oh, come back now. I clicked on that by accident. The two things that we're looking at are completing delivery of the hardware for Artemis 2 and completing the Artemis 1 mission and getting the Orion hardware off of Artemis 1 and using it for Artemis 2. No, not necessarily, Vanguard. No, not at all. The 2022 fiscal year budget request says that the current launch readiness date for Artemis 2 is now net September 2023. Given the uncertainties, both Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 dates are still being reviewed. NASA leadership will evaluate the results of the assessment during Orion's Systems Integration Review in May of 2021, leading to Key Decision Point D, KDPD, review in July of 2021, before updating the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 launch readiness dates. Okay, so that's where it stands right now. It's in flux. Got it. With COVID impacts, it's country by country, and you can have shutdowns and then non-shutdowns, so we're constantly monitoring the status of some of the hardware coming in from the Artemis 2 mission. The ESA service module is sitting in Bremen right now, and they are finishing up the work on it, and it's not fully complete, but it's pretty far along. Artemis 2 will be a crewed test. Artemis 2 will be a crewed test flight to check out Orion's environmental control and life support systems and other crewed systems like display units, hand controllers, and audio communication equipment. In contrast to Artemis 1, where SLS will complete a full translunar injection for the in contrast to Artemis 1, where SLS will complete a full TLI, translunar injection for the uncrewed Orion, on Artemis 2, SLS will leave Orion in a 4-person crew in an elliptical high Earth. In contrast to Artemis 1, SLS will complete a full translunar injection for the uncrewed Orion. But on Artemis 2, SLS will leave Orion and the 4-person crew in a highly elliptical Earth orbit? All right. I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah. The trajectory will set up Orion to fly a hybrid triple orbit mission. After the first low Earth orbit, the SLS upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, will fire to place the vehicle in a 42-hour-long high Earth orbit. Yeah, Raja, I don't know where you're getting the, oh, this has been happening for years thing. John, I'm with you on this one. Artemis 2, to my knowledge, was a free return trajectory. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting the this has been known for years thing, because the truth is it's not. Artemis 2, from up until I read that a second ago, I thought it was doing this. I've known that this was the plan for quite some time, at least. I thought it was common knowledge. Yeah. Orion will separate from SLS and use the single high Earth orbit for an extended environmental control and life support system checkout. At the end of the orbit, Orion will burn its main engine to add the extra velocity needed for TLI. The third and final orbit of the mission will be a lunar flight. Oh, okay, I get it. Orion will separate from SLS, and it'll use that single high Earth orbit for an extended environmental control and life support system checkout. At the end of the orbit, Orion will burn its main engine to add extra velocity needed for translunar injection. The third and final orbit of the mission will be a lunar flyby, followed by a return to Earth for re-entry, descent, and splashdown. Yeah, okay. So they're going to park it in high elliptical, and then Orion's going to use its service module to push to TLI, and then they're going to do a free return. Got it. We'll read this again. Let's see. Where SLS will complete a full TLI... SLS, so this is in the context of SLS. SLS will leave Orion and the 4-person crew in a highly elliptical orbit. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, so instead of throwing it into a parking orbit, Apollo style, they'll put it in elliptical. Got it. That makes sense. You just read the portion up to 3 in the bottom left of that picture. You could see the high Earth orbit portion in that pic you brought up. Yep. Oh, okay. The Artemis II Orion faces the SLS interim cryogenic propulsion upper stage during a proximity operations demonstration planned on the first day of the mission. The Artemis II flight crew will manually turn the spacecraft around and fly a close-range approach to the stage to gather data on the handling qualities of the Orion flight control system. Ah! Okay. Okay. So, they're basically roping all of the... On Artemis 2, they're roping all of the stuff from the missions that Ares 1 would have flown into one mission. I get it. I understand. They have to do an environmental control system checkout. They have to make sure the life support works. So they'll put it in a high Earth orbit while it's doing that, so it can come back down if it needs to. And then they'll shoot for the moon once they figure out that the life support system is working. Got it. Yeah, that's gonna be a ballsy freaking mission. Craziest mission since Apollo 8, pretty damn sure. Or STS-1. It's Apollo 8 and Apollo 9 in one mission. Pretty much, serious. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Yeah, no, that's fine. More recently, NASA added a proximity operations demonstration to the Artemis II flight. After evaluating options to accelerate development of some of the hardware and software from the full rendezvous proximity operations and docking system, NASA decided not to do that. Instead, the flight crew will manually pilot a test of using the SLS cryogenic propulsion upper stage as a target after separation. NASA added after evaluating options to accelerate development of some of the hardware and software from the full rendezvous proximity operations and docking system. Orion has no auto docking. Okay, got it. Hey fellas. Hey. Guess what would have been a good way to test using Orion's autonomous docking system? Guess what would have been a good way to do that? The ISS with Ares 1 would have been a good way to do that. Yeah, just putting that out there. See, now you understand why why Orion costs so much money, because they... See what because they were gearing up. They were trying to gear up, flying into the ISS to evaluate the systems. Nope, that didn't happen. Now you got to do all that testing on the ground. Oops. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how that happens. Yeah, interesting. The astronaut will plot Orion's flight path and orientation in manual mode. The crew will use onboard cameras and views from the spacecraft's windows to line up with the ICPS as they approach and back away from the stage to assess Orion's handling characteristics. The demonstration will provide performance data and operational experience that cannot be readily gained on the ground. The Rendezvous Proximity Operations and Docking System, RPOD, is expected to fly for the first time on Artemis 3 to demonstrate a fully autonomous rendezvous and docking. The Orion program started the Artemis 3 docking system's critical design review on March 30th, 2021. The review will complete the vehicle design and determine readiness for full-scale fabrication, assembly, integration, and testing. Wouldn't there also be the issue of finding a parking space on the ISS? Well, nowadays there would be LQ. There wasn't supposed to be. Hey, Jay, sorry this has already been discussed. Have you covered the Blue Origin contract for the Lunar program? In what capacity, Astro? I don't, like, what do you mean? It's a lot more of a complicated thing. I talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the Space News segment, but, yeah, in what context do you want? I mean, it'd be better to just go back in the stream and check it out, dude. And see if I answer your question. And if I don't, yeah, just come and ask me. But orange rockets went out of style in 2010. Yeah. The benefits of it? The benefits of what? The benefits are having 2 landers. I want 2 landers. I don't want 1 lander. I know full and well that 2 landers are going to cost more than 1 lander, Astro, but having 2 landers is better than having 1 lander. You know why? Because if 1 lander screws up, the other one can go and you know, fix it or rescue the crew or something. Yeah. Something, all your eggs in one basket, something. I'm pretty sure we learned the hard way what happens when you have one vehicle try to do everything like that, like with the space shuttle. See what I'm talking about? Not a good idea. Having 2 landers is good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why anybody hasn't said this, right? But anybody that's just for having 1 lunar lander, Astro, is kind of crazy. You're taking a risk there. The reason why you're taking a risk there is because there's no way, if your lander breaks, you could strand somebody on the moon. Do we want to play this game? I don't want to play this game. Part of going to the moon sustainably is retiring risk. You know how you retire risk? Having 2 landers. Why? Because in that case, if someone gets stranded on the moon, you could just go get them with a lander. You can go get them with the other lander if you need to. It's retiring risk. You don't want to strand someone on the moon. You don't want to strand somebody in rectilinear halo orbit. That's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. We don't want to do that. Yeah, it's going to be more expensive. You could tank the entire program if you could tank the entire program if this happens. Think about it. Seriously, it would be like, God forbid, if somebody got hurt during commercial crew. That would screw that entire program up very badly. Very badly. I mean, look at what happened with Starliner. Look at how much that delayed Boeing. And nobody was even on board the thing. See what I'm talking about? Having 2 ways to do it is the right way. That's the right way to do it. And I don't care if one option costs $1 and the other one costs $1 million. I don't care. And I don't think NASA cares either. You should always have 2 ways to do this stuff. At least until there's enough of a market for 2 commercial entities to make 2 landers, right? Right now, in order to make a lunar lander, you're entirely dependent on a NASA contract. SpaceX is the closest one out of anybody to get to that point where they wouldn't. They could just go to the moon whenever they want. Yeah, I mean, when Starship does its thing, right? Which is why I think we need a redundant system to the SLS Orion to get crew to Gateway. I agree, Raja. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't want SLS or Starship. I want both of those things. Because the only thing better than having 1 way to get to the moon is having 2 ways to get to the moon. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Raja, I would even go so far as to refuel lunar... Like, I would do this. refuel lunar Starship in low Earth orbit a bunch of times, literally send up a Dragon 2, rendezvous the Dragon 2 to the front docking port on lunar Starship, and send that to the moon with people aboard. Yeah, I'd do that. That's like, it would be like combining your S4B on a Saturn V with the lander, and you could park Dragon out at Gateway, no problem. Dragon 2 could just park at Gateway and they could use the lunar lander on top of having the national team with SLS. I want two ways. Yeah, ideally, I would want both of these things. Yeah, it's stupid putting all your eggs in one basket like this. You're gonna, like, that's a really good way to retire risk, is doing that. And yes, that is more expensive. It will always be more expensive. Why have one when you can have two at twice the price? Can Starship fly with humans without getting NASA human rated? If it's going to do a NASA mission, it needs to be human rated to NASA standards. However, Swan, SpaceX would be wise to adopt NASA's human safety ratings, because if you want to like move people around from Earth to Earth and stuff, yeah, I would even say screw that. Go for airliner safety. Airliner safety standards would probably be even better, but that would make that's a more expensive vehicle. But I don't think SpaceX cares. I mean, SpaceX already knows how to human rate something per NASA standards. They already know how to do that. Dragon 2 is a good example of that. So why not just take what you learned there and apply it to Starship, which is already NASA human crew rating, right? Right? Okay, let's see. The crew will use onboard cameras and views from the spacecraft's windows to line up with the ICPS. I actually like the idea of manually docking the things. It really gives you a lot of mission flexibility in terms of what you can and can't do. That's actually a pretty cool idea. The proximity operations and docking system will fly for the first time on Artemis 3. Okay. Originally, the last 3 years were planned between at least 3 years were planned between the first two SLS launch Orion missions to the moon, which allowed time for all the primary Orion avionics in the crew module to be reused from the first flight to the second. When the second flight was moved from the SLS exploration upper stage to the ICPS in 2018, Jim did that to expedite missions, might I add. The time between flights was reduced. NASA's Orion program accelerated the purchase of a second set of core avionics to allow most of the assembly, checkout, and testing of the crew module continue independently of the Artemis 1 timeline. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good idea. They should have done that from the start. Scaling life support isn't that easy, though. How so? What are you talking about? Scaling life support is easy. It really depends on how many people you're keeping alive on the spacecraft. I mean, a life support system that could support 4 people for 20 days, Pixel, will support 50 people for what, 20 minutes? 30 minutes? 40 minutes? Think about it. It does, because humans breathe a certain amount of CO2, or breathe a certain amount of oxygen and exhale a certain amount of CO2, and CO2 scrubbers, etc., etc. Yeah, ECLS scales actually pretty well, but it depends on the duration of the flight, and it depends on how many people you're moving. ECLS actually scales really well. I don't know where you're getting that from, but alright. Who told you that? The core avionics and are most of the primary boxes that allow us to do most of the functional integration checkout of Orion. So it's power distribution units and flight computers. It's flight computers. We did a second set, they're available. We did get a second set and they're available, and that's what we're putting on the vehicle now. The non-core avionics can be installed in the later crew module integration and testing sequence, and those would still be taken off the Artemis 1 spacecraft after it splashes down. I'm not a fan of doing this. No, that's not how this works. So, because you're taking fast. Alright. If you have a larger area, for example, you have to consider where the CO2 is collecting and so on. So SpaceX and NASA won't figure out a way to make a bigger fan. Okay, yep. Good call, guys. I'll be damned if we can't just make a bigger fan. Jeez. I was going through my photos of the most recent Falcon 9 booster return, and I just noticed there's some people standing right next to it. Let me see. It's big, man. I've walked right up to one of those things before, Vulcan. It's friggin' huge. Yeah, when I read this earlier, I was confused as to why we need to wait on parts for Artemis 1 for Artemis 2. I'm reading the article first before I throw my hat into the ring, Trojan, so let's pop back over. How difficult would it be to partition 1% of the liquid oxygen for the Raptors to the life support system? Humans don't breathe LOX, Swishio. Humans don't even breathe gaseous oxygen. You need a nitrox mixture like a scuba tank. Very, very important. Yeah, don't breathe pure oxygen. It'll kill you. In certain capacities. Is he a space engineer? No, Blotto, I'm not. I'm self-taught, though. I'm self-taught when it comes to this stuff. I'm not the best, but I know a pretty good deal. No more than most. Not engineers. No more than most. When I say I know more than most, I'm talking about, like, regular people. I can fool engineers into thinking that I know what I'm talking about. Does that help? Fake it until you make it? No, the truth is I go and read stupid books like this for fun. Which has nothing to do with life support, I'll add, but I read stuff like this. I read college textbooks and then I figure it out from there. And then I use Kerbal to show it in an application basis. Which does work and it also doesn't work. You have to do some critical thinking here. But, yeah. Same principles we dealt with on subs. The equipment is only rated to move so much CO2 per hour. So you're saying you can't just add more equipment, John? It scales linearly, dude. You match the amount of scrubbers that you would match to the rate of CO2 that's generated by more people, right? Gotta remember the partial pressure of pure O2 is fine as long as you're not a high pressure. Yeah, exactly. I already know you were a nerd like all of us. I just wanted to know if you were an entitled one. No. Self-taught. You know more fundamental theory than me, even though I'm a third-year mech aero engineer. Oh, Sky Seas, don't kiss my butt. Come on, man. I don't know. I don't know how like Sky Seas. I don't even know how I got good at this. It certainly wasn't from just Kerbal, right? Like, I mean, I just read about space every single day, and I read and I listen. That's the most important part. I listen. If you listen and you figure out context and why things are said, it's really easy to extrapolate aerospace engineering. Like, and it's really easy to explain it too. The problem is you just got to listen to things 2 or 3 times. I think that's the reason why, when it comes to it, because I can sit here all day and I have the time afforded to be able to really go in depth and break these articles apart and figure out what they mean. You know, so it's just good critical thinking skills combined with a good understanding of how spaceflight works. I mean, that's how I get it, you know. And no, I've never been a flight controller, never worked in flight control, never worked for NASA, I've never worked in the aerospace industry except doing outreach for NASA at Twitch and stuff like that. But, you know, I learn, I listen. I do a lot of listening. I listen. It's not what you heard, it's what you've been hearing. I hope you hear and listen. I hope you hear and listen. You know, space limitations for new equipment, power limitations, etc., etc. Yeah, John, but do you think SpaceX wouldn't have taken this into account? Like, or NASA for that matter? Like, I'm pretty sure this is the kind of stuff they thought about. I'm pretty sure NASA especially had a bad experience with life support systems in beyond low Earth orbit operations in the past. I'm pretty sure they had a bad experience once. Arf! Arf! Yeah. I'm learning the aerodynamic theory more now coming from an electrical and robotics background. Yep. X gonna give it to you. What, Apollo 13? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hell Hydra, I fire on all cylinders. That's how I work. That's how I have to, dude. I have to learn that way. I won't learn any other way. And it goes back to how I go about understanding stuff. I beat it into my head until I get it right. basically just repetition over and over and over and over and over again. That's a really good way to learn. It's a little time consuming, but it does work. Hello.
Hi, I'm bringing you another book because I think you would like this one. But I don't know where you put the other books.
There, by your left foot. Something I discovered training from people to drive OTR, you end up learning as much you do from your students as you teach them, and teaching what you know makes you learn it a little better. Yeah, teaching is my repetition, caveman. Yeah. Thanks, Brimo. Love you. She's gone. Okay. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Yeah, caveman, that's part of the repetition. That's part of the repetition. If I sit here and talk about Prandtl-Meyer singularities all day, I'll know it cold. I'll know it cold, and I'll know it better than most. That's my repetition. That's how I do this. That's what I'm talking about. That's the repetition, teaching it over and 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 over again. This is how I understand NASA funding so well, because I sit here and I talk about $30 billion all day. And I know, I get it. People are sick of it at this point. I understand it. It's a meme at this point on the stream, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. It gets me better at understanding how NASA's funding works. And that better fundamental understanding is why I can cut through certain articles and figure out that this article is trash. This article isn't right. This isn't how this works, blah, blah, blah. I can give a unique perspective that nobody else can offer because I'm obsessive when it comes to spaceflight. I won't compromise on information either. Yeah, it was National Burger Day the other day, Graph Shark. Just saying. Anyway, let's keep digging through this article. A second set of non-core avionics were also okay. We already got that part. We're also purchased. Okay. All right, Artemis 1 is nominally planned to be a 4 to 6 week long mission. Oh, that's gonna be so damn cool. They're gonna fly Orion to a distant retrograde orbit around the moon. So there would still be a significant amount of time after launch before these crew module avionics would be available for refurbishment and reuse. The second set of non-core avionics are projected to be delivered to KSC in early 2022. If Artemis 1 is still not launched by that time, delivery of the backup set of avionics boxes would allow the Artemis 2 schedule to be uncoupled from the Artemis 1 mission. Yeah, they got to do that. They have to do that. Repetition creates complacency. Well, Farm, I'm always pushing to learn new information. I don't just sit here regurgitating the same thing every time. Every time I explain the $30 billion argument, I do it a little bit different. That's on purpose. Oh, yeah. Every time I explain something, I try to change up how I explain it just a little bit. That demonstrates to you guys that I have a fundamental understanding of how this works, and I'm not reading off of a script. I never read off of a script unless we're crunching an article like this. This is the other reason why I look directly at the camera, and I maintain eye contact with the camera.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Because maintaining eye contact with the camera proves to you that I'm not reading off a teleprompter. I'm not reading off everything. I'm telling you, and it's off the cuff. And if I have to look something up, I'll usually just show it on stream what I have to look up. Everything is off the top of my head. That shows that I know what I'm talking about, and I can recall this stuff. No problem. Nafron, no problem. You feel a little less dumb every time I come here. I try. I have a theory about learning things. You should always challenge yourself to learn things, because if you're not learning and understanding new things, guess what? There's no third direction. You're either getting smarter or you're getting stupider. Put more wrinkles in that brain, man. I think I'd be more impressed if you used the teleprompter. Off the cuff, yeah, right? That'd be crazy. I learned a lot since finding your Twitch. It's been invaluable with my current academic research. Show chat the books. Let me finish this article, Brimo. I'll do it at the end of Space News. Are you when have stupid or something? Yeah, right. I'm always reluctant to get into X number of months because by the time I'm done telling you that, I'll figure it out some other thing. We're working with the Orion folks to Look at our workforce loading at the Cape. Depending on what we see in terms of actual Artemis 1's launch date, we have different types of ways to expedite recovery operations and bring the avionics back to ONC. Operations and checkout. That's where they assemble Orion. Sure, Yarg. That statement comes from a safety standpoint. Yeah, no, don't let your guard down. Absolutely, Farm. You don't want to be the guy that gets crushed under a freaking jet engine or something, right? Or crushed on a freaking big piece of concrete. No. Yeah, no, be on your guard. Absolutely. And Farm, I mean, my version of doing that is throwing myself into the wind here. I don't plant viewers in chat to ask questions to get a certain conversation during space news. I put myself in during space news, and people often ask questions all the time. Like, we had a question about segmented SRBs today. How do SRBs work? It's a pipe with a nozzle at the end, and it blows up material inside of it and shoots it out the back. Did I think I was going to talk about SRBs today? No. No, but I know about the SRB propellants. I know what propellants they use. I know how the SRB works, the spark ignition system, grain packing, combustion chamber surface area, all that other stuff. I should be able to recall this if I wanted to be good at what I do here. I should be able to know it cold, right off the top of my head, and be able to explain it in a little different way every time. That's how I keep my guard up. You know what I mean? In short, silly putty go pretty much. Adult Play-Doh. Where do the avionics go on rockets? Like, is it its own little section in the fuel tanks or something? T-Man, where would you put it? Where would you... I'm serious. I'll ask you. Where would you put the avionics on a rocket? Say Falcon 9 or Atlas 5. Where would you put it? Armada rockets, just mini SRBs. That's exactly what they are, Jackra. Yes. In the throat of the rocket engine. On top of a bulkhead. You don't truly understand something until you can explain it to someone else. Roblox, firm theory of mine. You don't understand something until you can teach it. And teaching it will make you understand it better. That's my repetition that I always talk about. In the capsule? What if you're not launching the capsule, O-Force? Inside of the bulkhead. Which bulkhead? Is it in the space between the tanks? On the last stage? Most rockets that have a two-stage to orbit system, Atlas, Falcon, Delta, Soyuz, Zenit, if you want to count that, Long March 3, they have them at the top of the second stage. They're sitting on top of the second stage bulkhead on the upper tank. The reason why you'd put it there is because, well, your rocket might not be launching a spacecraft all the time, right? Something like Falcon 9 has an avionics package on the second stage. It's sitting on the top. It's sitting on top of the LOX tank on the second stage. I think it's a LOX. Yeah, the LOX tank is up front in Falcon 9. It's sitting on top of there. And then on top of the second stage, you have the second stage forward skirt, and the forward skirt can either adapt to a payload fairing. You can either have your payload fairing attachment, or you can have the trunk of a Dragon, right? The Dragon is not controlling Falcon 9 on the way up. The second stage is. Dragon is just payload. That's all. It's just payload. Just like it was on Atlas. Starliner, and this is a very good example with OFT-1, Starliner's not controlling Atlas 5. Atlas 5 is controlling... The Centaur is basically the brains of an Atlas 5. And then there are plugs and sensors that go down the rocket, and they have a coupler where the first and second stage separate on Falcon, on Atlas, on Delta. That's called the raceway. It's all the wires that go to all the different parts, so the nervous system of the rocket can understand what everything is doing on the rocket, and then when it separates, it just unplugs just like everything else. Most second two-stage rockets have the brains of the rocket on the second or third stage. Soyuz has a third stage, so it's on the third stage. Neb, heading home from work now. I hope you're doing well. Neb, did you get the links that I showed you? I linked some links after the stream because I forgot to show you those updated pictures of Starship. I don't know if you saw them in chat. Stage 2 does control Stage 1 on Ascent, right? Yes. It's slave... Yeah, Stage 1 is slave to... Or parented, I should say. You can't say master-slave anymore. People get upset. It's parented to the second stage. So like a hierarchy. And then when they separate the second stage... See, something like Falcon 9 needs a second avionics package for the first stage, because the first stage needs brains too to come down and land, right? Or the side boosters. I mean, Falcon Heavy has 4 avionics packages on it. There's one for the center core, 2 for the side boosters, and 1 for the second stage. And when Falcon Heavy is going together, the second stage controls all the other ones. So the side boosters are parented to the center core, and the center core is parented to the second stage, right? It's just like setting up hierarchies in Kerbal. And then when they separate, that's when the brains on Falcon 9's first stage go, huh? Oh, hey, it's time to land, you know. Did you tag me in Discord? No, I just threw it in chat, Neb. I'll get you more links. Oh, Drummer has it. There you go. Oh, I gotta do the whole sub gift thing. Hang on, KrakenBot needs gifted subs. There we go. All right.
Discovery,
There
going
we
throttle
go.
up.
Last link I forgot to tag. Firefly Alpha has the avionics in the intertake section on both stages. So there are times... Yeah, I know, Neb. One piece billet, dude. I asked my dad, who does a lot of machining work in his line of work. He said that's a $10,000 piece of part. 10,000 to machine something billet like that out of one chunk of aluminum. It's about 10 G's. That's he said 10 to 15. So yeah, Pence, I'm with you on that one. It'd be wild to see a Dragon on top of Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy isn't human rated though, but I get what you're saying, Diamond. Yeah. So Stage 1 avionics only activate when it separates, hence why we only have Stage 1 telemetry after separation. I don't think that has a lot to do with the webcast, Sebi, but yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, why would you have first stage and second stage telemetry when they're flying together? No, it's most likely the first stage brains are on, but they don't go into, not closed loop guidance, but something like that until it separates. That's correct, MotoKid. Mm-hmm. That cheap? Yeah, I mean, $10,000, Geeson, is no joke. What did you tip here? Cheese, eggs, and bacon. Did you hear about the French general who stepped on a landmine? His name was Napoleon, and he was blown apart. Napoleon blown apart. Yeah, okay. All right. Yep, great. Good. Yeah. I laughed. All right. So you're telling me they're using that for what? My mind is completely blown. I'll show you in a second. Let me finish reading up on this SLS thing. Okay. Meanwhile, Northrop Grumman has completed the 10 solid rocket motor segments for Artemis II at their Promontory Point, Utah production facility in Utah. They are in shortage there until they are needed for launch integration. Northrop Grumman is also processing the second set of forward and aft assemblies for the boosters at KSC. If I recall correctly, rockets of old were controlled from the ground with supercomputers and had instructions sent to their onboard systems. They were radio controlled floating, basically, yeah. It didn't make sense to put the computer on the rocket because the computer was too heavy. Apollo, that's one of the gifts of that we got from the Apollo program. The Apollo program made avionics packages light enough to be able to put it on the rocket because you can't beam a signal to Saturn V when it's 250 freaking 1,000 miles away. See what I'm talking about? Integrated digital guidance systems were something that came from the Apollo program, believe it or not. Yep. It's also the reason why you have this. Why are you not blue? What is this? I got better lights. Why is Artemis 2 using the avionics from 1? Let me finish reading what the biggest reason is, Ryan. It's probably better to finish this article. Okay. Between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, EGS is planning on modifications and upgrades to ML1, the VAB, and the 39B area, with crew flights scheduled to begin on Artemis 2. An emergency egress system needs to be integrated with ML1's launch umbilical tower and with support structures at 39B. The system would allow personnel up on the mobile launcher's umbilical tower at the pad while the vehicle is fueled during the final countdown to make an emergency evacuation away from the tower to bunkers and protection in the pad perimeter area. In addition to modifications to support emergency egress from the ML tower, other changes are planned to ML1 prior to its supporting Artemis 2. The KSC work solicitation request for proposal RFP notes that the scope of the work includes structural modifications to ML1 to add platforms for the emergency egress system, adding ground cooling systems, relocating a restroom, and adding fire detection systems, modifying the fire suppression systems, camera systems, and other facility systems, and building and installing new cables that are potted and molded for several critical systems, including the launch release system, gas detection system, in order to safely launch safely launch astronauts for Artemis 2. Some of the work tasks are planned on ML1 prior to the Artemis 1 launch, but approximately 150 days of work are planned on tasks that would be performed in between Artemis 1 and 2. Another EGS project planned between the two launches are modifications to the environmental control system in the VAB. To support launches post-Artemis 1, modifications are planned to the environmental control system that will enable it to support a Block 1 and Block 1B vehicle, the fiscal year 2022 budget request document says. This will require modifications to the existing circuits. However, these circuits must be maintained throughout the entire Artemis 1 launch campaign. EGS is looking at ways to ensure these modifications can be completed without interfering with the schedule for Artemis 2 launch readiness. Yeah, that's where all this money goes into upgrading the VAB to support 2 SLS rockets. Yeah, interesting. Wait, ML1 has been sitting around for how long and they didn't do this work? All right, Sun Temple, have a good night. When they went to Mars, they couldn't control the rocket in real time. They had to plan it out. What's the difference between SLS Block 1 and SLS Block 1B? Block 1B is the one that you want. Block 1 is dumb and a waste of time, and we shouldn't have done it. That's the candid response. Here, I'll show you. So, this one over here. That's Block 1. This is Block 1B crew and Block 1B cargo. Ignore this. This is fake. This is nothing. Don't worry about this. So, Block 1, this is an old graphic. That's Block 1 has about 100-ton payload capacity, give or take, and this one is moving closer to 125, 130, somewhere in there. Where did the nomenclature 1B come from? Saturn? It's an upgraded version of the same vehicle. This should just be called Block 2, to be 100% real with you, but they're referring to the core stage. So Block 1 has an interim cryogenic propulsion upper stage. That is a Delta IV upper stage. They basically designed the rocket to be able to have, for whatever stupid reason, a Delta IV upper stage up there, which, I'll be honest, that's about as useful as putting a Falcon 1 upper stage on top of a Falcon 9. Alright. Why would you do that? What? Okay. The reason why they did it is exactly in the namesake, the interim cryogenic propulsion upper stage. To save money, they were going to develop the core stage and the SRBs first, to save $30 billion. And then they were going to develop the actual upper stage that they would use to send people back to the moon a little bit later. Because, you know, that was a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, lol dog. Yeah, I know. It's pretty stupid. They did that to save money. Yeah, lol dog, I've always said that that was a dumb idea. I've said that that was a stupid idea basically since I first heard about it in 2013. Yeah. That's one of my big criticisms of SLS is that you don't design the first stage and then design the second stage later and then want to test the first stage by putting a stage from another rocket on top of it. I think that's a waste of time if you really want my honest opinion. I understand why it happened, and I understand the circumstances behind it, and at this point in time, it would be stupid to say don't do it, because we're already there, so might as well. This is why, I like Constellation way more than this, because you were designing the full rockets from the ground up, from the start. Like, how ridiculous would it be if SpaceX developed Falcon 9's first stage, Falcon 9 first stage, and then put a Falcon 1 stage on top of that to save, just out of some abhorrent guise of saving money. That makes no sense. What? That's disgusting, and it's terrible spaceflight architecture. But the reason why this happened the way that it did is because we're dealing with the fallout of 10 years ago, you're dealing with the fallout of the executive branch not supporting NASA's current mission and actively fighting against it. Oops. Is Block 2 with the advanced SRBs still planned? It's a pipe dream at this point, Justin. That's like saying that's what we want to do, but we don't have any money to do it right now. So does the EUS have more Delta V than the ICPS? Yeah, Angry Pixel, once again. It would be like developing Falcon 9's first stage and putting a Falcon 1 stage on top of it. Yeah. Yeah. It has way more Delta V, absolutely. We're talking about the difference between we're talking about having a 20-ton throw weight to the moon and having a 45-ton throw weight to the moon. Yeah. It makes perfect sense. Think of all the jobs it would create trying to make it work. Nairobi, I actually disagree with you on that one. Just developing the big upper stage from the beginning, developing the upper stage from the beginning would give you more jobs because you have more stuff to make. And that's what I mean. That's why, I want SLS to fly, but I want SLS to fly because it's what we have. It's kind of how it panned out. We got something. I'll take something over nothing, you know? And it's a good rocket. It could be a good rocket if, we got to get that EUS on the books. The president, in their budget request, had the EUS, the exploration upper stage, on the books. The exploration upper stage is just a bigger, it's a bigger version of a Delta 4 second stage that's designed to have 4 RL-10s in it using hydrolocks, which is really good. It's a really great upper stage. Yeah, it's great, really good. The best upper stage, the best third stage we've derived for heavy lift since the S4B. Yeah, Pacey, give me, yeah, ridiculous. Yeah, there was this guys in basically 2010, 2011, where I would invite people to go and read about the Augustine Commission. Basically, the Augustine Commission said that NASA can do stuff cheaper. We could do stuff cheaper if we just farm everything out and not have a national space program. Which, that never sat right with me. Like, I just can't wrap my mind around how... I can't wrap my mind around how somebody can be, you know, a spaceflight fan and want less rockets. That makes no sense. No, 1B should be happening. You need a Block 1B for Artemis 3, Ryan. Yeah, you can't do Block 1. You can't do... You need a Block... Well, you technically could, I suppose. But Block 1... If we really wanted to take going to the... If we're going to take going to the moon seriously, you need something with 40 to 45 metric ton throw weight to translunar injection. Basically something that can put 45 tons of whatever on a collision course with the moon on translunar injection. That's kind of the golden number. The reason... Think about it like this. 45 metric ton throw weight to the moon is about like the equivalent, once again, if we're talking cars, if your car gets 30 miles to the gallon, right, and you have a 30-gallon tank, right, how far can you go, right? That's how, because car range is, you know, miles per gallon has a lot to do with car range, like specific impulse has a lot to do with delta V. More delta V is more range. You can go further, right? That's like saying if you know, the reason why 45 metric tons is what you need to get to the moon is like, it would be like saying, well, I need to travel 300 miles and my car gets 5 miles to the gallon and I have a 30-gallon tank. Well, you're going to have to refuel, but the only gas station is 300 miles that way. You know what I mean? That's what you need. That's the bare minimum amount throw that you need to get to the moon to move anything useful out there that's going to get you to the surface, right? That's my other thing. That's why this is dumb. Why I don't like this. I don't like this because this can move an Orion to the moon and that's about it. And last time I checked, Orion is not a landing system. So it goes to say that, it goes to show like why you want to develop your first stage, second stage, third stage crew vehicle and lander all at the same time in conjunction with each other like the Apollo program, because if you don't do that, it's going to take millions more dollars and a lot more time. It's always better to just spend the money up front on development. This is like the equivalent of kicking the can down the road. But that's what happens when, the executive branch and Congress don't agree on things. I would like to add here that Congress, when Constellation came up on the chopping block, both houses of Congress, everyone unanimously voted to keep Constellation going. And the executive branch denotes NASA's policy. Oops. Is it actually called Large Chungus? That's very wholesome. Well, it's going to be big, astronaut. It's going to be a big, big SSTO. What's the version on the far right of the picture? Don't worry about it. What was the heaviest payload for Saturn V? Skylab. Well, if you're counting the lunar exploration missions, it was probably the Apollo K missions. The ones that had the lunar rover on it with the extended duration LEM and stuff. Hey Maplish, since the payload of Block 1 SLS will be lighter, will it have higher TWR at liftoff? Yes. Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. I understand why they would want to do it this way. But yeah, this is compromise. This is a compromise design. Like I said, it's about as weird as putting a Falcon 9 or a Falcon 1 upper stage on top of a Falcon 9. Now here, let me... I'll show you what I mean. So, take a look here, okay? That's Falcon 1 over there. This, having that cryogenic propulsion stage there is like taking this thing and putting it right here. Actually, it would be more like putting it on top of the second stage, but to be 100% fair, but still. Think about it if it had this and this payload fairing sitting on top of a Falcon 9 instead of this gigantic payload fairing. It really doesn't make any sense. Like, imagine there is a triangular adapter, or a conic adapter right here, and it adapts Falcon 9's second stage to Falcon 1's third stage and a payload fairing. Why do you just make a bigger payload fairing? Why do we even do this? It's a waste. It's a waste of a freaking core stage, man. Oh, that's cool, goalie. Yeah. I've heard about that. I remember reading about constellations Ares 4, Ares 5 with Ares 1. Yeah, that Ares 4 was a joke. That would have been about as useful as SLS. As SLS Block 1, I should say. Ares 4 was stupid. It's just... They're all compromised designs. Pigzig, they're all of them are designs where, you know, hey, let's take this and put it on this because this is already engineered and we'll save money that way. That's not how aerospace engineering works. That is not how aerospace engineering works in the least. That is the opposite of how this works. You can't just parts pieces out because it's rocket science. This stuff's complicated. It's very rare that you can do something like that. Even something like Falcon Heavy. Look at what happened with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy took so long to develop because it's not as simple as just bolting 3 Falcon 9s together. That's not how that works. Elon self-admittedly said that that's not how that works. You can't do that way. It's going to end up costing you way more money because you built something, and now you have to take the whole thing apart that you made and fix it for the thing that you should have just made in the first place. So why don't you just make the thing that you should have made in the first place? Why don't you just use the... See what I'm talking about? It's just so backwards thinking. But, once again, the reason why it was made this way is to keep the National Space Program basically going. That was the only way they could have done it, because... raisins. Block 5 without its legs is weird. Yeah. So, yeah, there's your differences. That exploration upper stage is really... That's... So, like, okay, I'll give you an example. So we have SLS with... I'll give you an example as to why this is... We should have just developed this from the start. Okay? Because Orion was always designed... SLS's entire thing was built around Gateway. They wanted to make Gateway, and they wanted to use it as a staging point. Right? Gateway can be reached by smaller rockets delivering components of a lander. So they didn't want to put all the landing components on SLS because, you want to hear another messed up thing? SLS cannot move as much as the Saturn V to the moon. Yep. It does not have the throw weight that the Saturn V does. The Saturn V actually outperforms SLS. Even the Block 1B version. Not necessarily in liftoff thrust. SLS has more liftoff thrust. But the Saturn V can move payloads further, which I thought is hilarious. That there are stipulations to that. I'm talking about in the context of the moon. SLS with the exploration upper stage can actually will beat Saturn V once you start going past the moon. Like to Mars, that's where SLS has the Saturn V beat. But the thing is, Saturn V was designed to just go to the moon. If you can send something else somewhere, well, whoop-de-doo, good for you. It was designed to go to the moon, and that's it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Safi, you got it. Another description would be the RL-10 Saturn IV on top of a Saturn V instead of an S4B. Yep, it's not a good idea. That's just not a smart way to do it. But then again, the reason why they pushed out the Saturn 1B in the first place is in case the Saturn V didn't work, they could do Earth Orbit Rendezvous and send people out to the moon that way. That's also the reason why Complex 37 was built. Twin pad Saturn 1B complex. Why do you need that if you're building Complex 39? If you're building the Saturn V? Well, that was the backup plan. I'm pretty damn sure. Could SLS-1B bring a transfer stage for the Blue Origin lander? Yeah, Ryan, yes, absolutely. That's what makes this thing good. SLS Block 1B could build Gateway by itself. You don't need anything else. This thing could build Gateway in its own right. Sure, absolutely. Oh yeah, no problems. Yeah, it absolutely could. You could take a piece of the national team's lander. You could take the descent module and you could put it in here, or you could take the transfer stage. That's personally what I think they'll do. I think SLS will move Northrop Grumman's transfer stage in here, right? And New Glenn will send the descent stage, and then the ascent module is reusable. So you launch one SLS out there, right? Or something else. Put the ascent module out there. The ascent module in the national team's design is reusable. So you can reuse it. Blue Origin sends the descent module, and then you send people with the transfer stage. Orion plucks the transfer stage off, Apollo style, gets it to the gateway, and then it attaches the transfer stage to the back of the descent module, which is already there and plugged into the ascent module, or the ascent module at gateway. Orion docks to the gateway, the astronauts get out, they get in the lander, and then they go. Yeah, it's really good for this. This thing, the national team, I guarantee you, the national team designed their lander to sweeten the pot with NASA and give SLS missions so NASA can go to the moon more. Basically, they designed it in a way to give NASA a need to make more SLS. They tailored to the SLS's design. I'm 100% sure. I don't have any way to prove that, but that makes sense. Why else would you do a 3-stage lander? That's really complicated. No. You do a 3-stage lander if you want to move it in pieces. Well, guess what the SLS is good at? The SLS is good at moving things and assembling things in space. Oops. I mean, NASA asked for a 3-stage design. I'm pretty sure they wanted a 2-stage, Thomas, but yeah, sure. Pretty sure something went down. You remember that whole thing? Yeah, I already have that up, Zebby. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't mind the exploration upper stage. It's good. You should have built this thing from the start right here. And you should have launched, they should have farmed out Orion to commercial partners. I'm serious about that. We should have launched Orion to low Earth orbit on top of a customer's rocket. If you really want my honest opinion, but that's just me. Like, you know what would have been a good idea? Taking the Orion capsule and making it a part of commercial crew. Seriously. You're making the Orion capsule part of commercial crew so you could get some evaluation time on the Orion capsule. So you still cancel Ares 1, but then you go to Tori Bruno and say, hey, we have an Orion capsule, we need to test it out in space, just like they did with EFT-1. They should have just kept doing that. Orion on top of an Ariane 5? No, I wouldn't go that far, Swishio. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. But, I mean, could have happened. Could SLS bring both the descent stage and the transfer stage? Nope. Not enough. Not enough Delta V, man. The Block 1B doesn't have that 45 ton TLI throw weight. It doesn't have it by design because the SLS is not designed to go to low lunar orbit like Saturn is. It's designed to go to the gateway. An Orion service module is designed to get to the gateway, and that's it. See what I'm talking about, man? That's my big criticism of the entire SLS program, and you know I'm very pro SLS. My big criticism is that it's a bunch of parts together stuff. It's leftover parts from a space shuttle. It's leftover parts from an SRB. It's leftover parts of this, leftover parts of that. And I'm not trying to knock the program. I love SLS and I want it to fly. And I think if we fly it more, we can figure out upgrades to make it as useful as Saturn V was. But you know, it's one high bay in the VAB, one mobile launcher, one pad. Like, it's It's just a compromise after another compromise, and after another compromise, 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 and on top of that, it has everybody in the freaking press breathing down its throat all the time. You know, this is pretty sure compromise and aerospace engineering are kind of at odds with each other. There's an inverse correlation there, but that's just me. It's just my 2 cents. Are you against reliable and well-known parts? No, Da Vinci, not at all. You know, we compromised because we don't want Ares 1, so we got to put people on it. So now we use shuttle engines instead of RS-68, screwing the heavy lift rocket's throw weight, which is what it was designed to do. It's just a compromise after a compromise after a compromise after a compromise. I don't mind that we're building a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. What I do mind is that we took away all the good things about building a shuttle-derived launch vehicle by putting people on top of it. Like, hello? Well, every render showed a 3-stage lander design. Even PDFs about the missions before the 3 HLS competitors were announced show a 3-stage engine design like the national team gave NASA. Well, I mean, Thomas, in context of what we were saying, yeah, they tailored to that. They tailored to kind of what NASA wanted. I'm pretty sure they wanted a two-stage option as well, because that whole fiasco with Doug happened, but that's another story. I mean, yeah, sure. All the renders do show a 3-stage vehicle, yeah. So is it the second stage or the service module that's limiting getting both there? Both of them. Both of them. Orion has a downgraded service module compared to the Apollo CSM because it's not designed to go to the same place as the CSM. But I still maintain to this day that it would be better if Orion did have the capability of going to low lunar orbit off the bat. Because think about it like this, Ryan. If you have a capsule that can get payload to low lunar, okay, and then you build something like Gateway, now you have super redundancy in your capsule. You have redundancy in your capsule in case something goes wrong with the mission. If something goes wrong with a lander, you know, heaven forbid, if something goes wrong with a lander during Artemis operations, you can't get in the Orion capsule and go down to where the lander is near the surface of the moon. You can't do that. You can't do that because Orion doesn't have the delta V to get to low lunar orbit. All that fuel that you'd use, sorry, my desk there's a lot of dust on it. All that delta V that you would use to get down to low lunar orbit to rescue somebody, now, great, you rescued them, but you don't have a ride home. Lovely. See what I'm talking about? It's not good spaceflight architecture, but once again, I'll take what I can get. How was Saturn V's design phase compared to SLS? They designed it to go to the surface of the moon and then figured out other things that it could do later. Which is what we should have done that with SLS. Oh, nice goalie. A few questions about this picture. Oh, that's cool, Jackery. Nice car. Not the right era, but similar car. Send a starship to save them. Force, once again, demonstrating why you need redundant dissimilar architecture. Having Orion work with the national team and then having regular starships moving people to lunar starships and landing on the moon is a really good idea.
Discovery,
Really freaking
go
good
and throttle
idea.
up.
That's why you need 2 systems. It retires risks and it makes the space program safer. Yeah, it costs more money. But anybody that poses it as a, oh, this is too expensive versus this isn't expensive, or this is cheap and this isn't cheap and this is cheap and this isn't cheap. Anybody that makes that kind of argument is putting a price on astronaut safety, which I think is dumb. That's really stupid. That's not a smart way to look at things. But that's just me. Govoy, 50-month resub. Thanks, man. Goalie, few questions about this picture. 1, the stuff above the landing legs. Would that be the COPV mounts? What is it? What is this? I don't know. What are we looking at here? What do you want? Assuming they could solve the RS-68A overheating issue. Could? Dude, Torlap, do you honestly think that NASA would even consider putting RS-68s at the bottom of this rocket if they knew that wasn't a problem that could have been fixed. Does that sound like rocket engineering to you? Turn the gears for a second. It's the same bullcrap that I hear with Ares 1 all the time. Oh, the SRB vibrations. They wouldn't have had a way to get around it. Do you really think NASA would just say, oh yeah, we'll make a single SRB because Congress told us to? Oh, vibrations. Oh no, I don't know how to fix that. We'll figure it out later. That's not how NASA designs stuff. At least that's not how they did it with Constellation. That's how we're designing stuff now. And that's what I mean about SLS. You see how dumb that sounds? Who's the guy in the yellow? Oh, that's Wario. Yeah, Torlev, it's not that they wouldn't have found a solution. It's not that they wouldn't have found a solution. It's that they were working on finding a way to get around it because that was the design. That's the last thing we heard about it when it got canceled. If Falcon 9 had gotten canceled after almost 6 happened, or Elon said, screw it, I want to go make electric jets or something after almost 6 blew up on the pad, the last thing anybody ever would have said about Falcon 9 was, oh, it has COPV problems that they can't figure out. See how stupid that sounds? There's no way they would willingly put 5 RS-68s on there and have Ares 5's design get to where it was without knowing that they would have heating problems. That's what I mean. You know, at face value, it's like, oh, well, that wouldn't have worked because Ares 1's SRB vibrations. Or, oh, that wouldn't have worked because, 5 RS-68s next to 2 SRBs would have overheated. What? Like, that's not how that works at all. Yeah, that's right, Sebi. That's why it's a joke. From my armchair expertise knowledge, overheating was caused by the ablative nozzle. It would have required a whole new nozzle with regenerative cooling, which would have required a complete engine overhaul, basically a new engine. Well, that's one of the that's one of the options that they were considering, dude. But what's stopping them from wrapping it in asbestos like they did with the Saturn V engines? Like, dude, this isn't how this works. This isn't. They were exploring different options, meaning that they knew that the heating problem could exist. Do you think, knowing that the heating problem exists, they would still push with a 5 RS-68 design in the core stage? Think they would do that if they thought it was an unsolvable problem? That's not how that works. Yeah. See what I'm talking about, man? This stuff doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that way. Right? Like, that's not how this happens. Anyway, let's keep going. Goalie, what did you want to see from this? These are great pictures, by the way. Okay, anyway, Torlab, let me go back to your question. Assuming they could solve the other RS-68A overheating issues, how would the capabilities of Ares 5 compare to SLS? Ares 5 could move 180 tons to low Earth orbit, projected. That was a baseline number, which probably would have been higher. Probably would have been closer to 200. 188,000 kilos. That's 400,000 pounds. Of whatever. That SLS, even with the Block 1B variant, SLS can move 130, 140. We're talking 180. Yeah. That would have basically, so what they planned on doing from there is with that 180 ton throw weight, you could throw 50 or 60 tons to TLI. So what they planned on doing was making one reusable lunar lander that could be refueled, called Altair. How this would have worked is you would have launched one Ares 5 with a J2X Earth Departure Stage, or EDS for short, which was an 8.4 meter diameter stage. It's basically like if you took, it's kind of like an S4B, only bigger. It's actually kind of more like Saturn V's second stage with a single J2 on the back. So take SLS, right? 5-segment SRBs, core stage, 5 RS-68s, and put a Saturn V second stage on top of that. And then the lander on top of that, and then a payload fairing. That would make Saturn V's second stage, the S2, with one J2 engine in it, act like Saturn V's third stage. Because with an SLS or shuttle-derived launch vehicle, your SRBs are your first stage, and your core stage is your second stage. So picture Saturn V with another stage 2 on top of it. That's what Ares 5 was supposed to be. 180,000 kilograms, which is about 400,000 pounds, into low Earth orbit. You could throw 60, 70-ton payloads out to the moon all day. So they would have launched that with the lander. It would have gone into a parking orbit, and then they would have launched Orion on Ares 1, and Orion would dock with the lander in low Earth orbit, and then the Earth departure stage would relight and shoot the whole thing directly to low lunar orbit. They would shoot it to low lunar orbit, and then the service module on Orion, which was a bigger service module than the one we got now, would circularize the lander, excuse me. That's not right. The lander would circularize in low lunar orbit, and then they would go down to the moon and leave Orion in low lunar. It's an infinitely better mission architecture. You know why? Because with Constellation, you can do everything that SLS does. With SLS, you can't do what Constellation can do. No way. You don't have the throw weight. What engines did Altair use? I forget, MotoKid. Altair unfortunately wasn't reusable. The main stage stayed on the surface and it had a small ascent stage. Are you sure, Seth? I'm pretty sure that they could have reused it. I could be wrong. Once again, this is all off the cuff, so let me go and look. Oh yeah, it does have an ascent module on it, but it's a, yeah, I suppose. That doesn't look like it does though, does it? I don't know. Here. Reuse. Nope. Expendable. Nope. Okay. Keep in mind this is the wiki page, so take with it what you will. Okay, so even if it wasn't reusable, even if the thing wasn't reusable, this thing, because it has 60-ton throw weight, could get like 20, 30 tons to the surface of the moon with people on board. Or just people. You could do either one. I mean, Ares 5 is a freaking monster. It was not a good day when that thing got canned. This thing is an absolute powerhouse of a rocket. Like I said, it's like a Saturn V second stage on top of an SLS core stage. It's ridiculous. And then there was that thing. Maybe they could have, but for sortie missions, it wasn't envisioned. Yeah, I mean, even if it was expendable, dude, it's still. I mean, I'll take the throw weight. Thank you very much. Is the second stage the main difference between SLS and Ares? Ares had 5 RS-68s in the core stage game coder. SLS has 4 shuttle engines. Yeah, very comparative engines, to be honest with you. But yeah. Yeah, well, Does Doodles, they had the funding, and then they didn't have the funding once again. Anyway, let's finish up this stuff here, guys. We finished that SLS article. It's time to work. So, SpaceX rolled out a Falcon 9, a brand new Falcon 9 and a Dragon for the CRS-22 resupply mission. They rolled it to 39A. Ooh. Shiny Dragon. Ares 5 was 10-meter diameter. Yeah. Are you sure, Pigzig? Are you sure about that? I thought it was 8.4, but you I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I brushed up on Constellation stuff, but it's a shame. It's real shame. It's stupid. But once again, like, all this stuff is in the past, and I want to tell you, I'm not just sitting here whining about it. Okay, I use it as a way to show you guys what good space architecture and what bad space architecture is. SLS, well, not the most ideal. It's getting there. It's getting better, and Block 1B is on the books, and SLS with the Exploration Upper Stage is not as good as an Ares 5, but if we can't have Ares 5, which we can't, I'll take SLS, Block 1B, crew and cargo with Starship at the same time. That's fine. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take what we can get. Very nice. Cool. So this guy, I got to see when that's going to launch. That's on the 3rd, so we got a launch on Thursday at 1:29 p.m. I will be here for that. I think that's the day where we'll probably just do space news, watch the launch, and then we'll work more on the SSTO. And then we have SXM-8 on the 6th at... right when racing starts. Great. Great. Okay, I'm not going to complain. Anyway, let's go back over here. And next thing here is, we'll go into Starship stuff here. I'll be very brief. RGV Aerial took some pictures of where Starship SN15's final spot is. SN15 is basically at the very, very back of the build site with the bird cage. It's at the very, very, very back, but it is there. I'm pretty sure they took the engines out of this thing. Yeah. Kind of feeds more into more interesting things about what they're doing with starships. I personally, this is the EJ opinion part. Personally, I think that they're probably going all in on the orbital test, because in order to get Starship's design even further finalized, they got to get the tiles down. So I'm pretty sure this orbital flight test is not an orbital flight test. It's a heat shield test, very similar to exploration flight test 1, EFT1, where Orion flew on a Delta IV Heavy in 2014. I'm pretty sure it's like that. They want to finalize Starship's thermal protection system before they do any more hops. And in order to do that, they're going to basically throw one into the atmosphere and see what happens. My chat just took a dump. I hadn't seen, nobody talked for a couple minutes there, but that could just be chat's dead. It's fine. What do you think they're going to do with 16? Psycho, you really want my honest opinion? You're not going to like it. I think they're going to scrap it. Or just put it with SN15. I think they're going to scrap the thing. We're not dead yet. Yeah, I think 17 already got canned. Yep, my chat took a huge dump right there. Oh yeah, I missed a bunch of stuff there. Wow, chat actually stopped on my end. That's weird. Maybe turn it into GSE, most likely. Ocean launch from Deimos is targeting next year. Yeah, there's another thing. That's the other bit of news that I saw Elon talk about. No, I said chat took it. Never mind, Akabidi. All right, so Kendall Dirks did a render here of a Starship, like they thought a Starship launch pad would look like on an oil rig, right? Which is this is a pretty awesome render, if I do say so myself. And then Elon actually retweeted him, saying the Ocean Spaceport Deimos is under construction for launch next year. I doubt they want to sell their proprietary stuff, Saichi, but that's just me. Let's see if Elon had any other replies in there. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. There's a lot of crap posting in here. Oh, man, this is good. Wait. Somebody made a hot tub that's heated by Bitcoin mining?
Alexa, turn the jets on.
It's got a frigging heat exchanger that's exchanging GPU heat for a hot tub. Okay, yeah, next thing. So, Thomas, tell me what we're looking at here. So, Mary took this picture, Boca Chica gal. Why waste heat when you could use it for hot tub? Blink, please. For what, Busy? This? That's 2.1, which will be used for the booster thrust puck cryo testing. Oh, yeah, and it looks like they're doing load testing in there too. This picture is taken by Nomad. BN3 is now referred to as BN2. All right. Sure. Okay, so that's cool. Let me check the NSF vid and then we will dip out. Actually, here. Brand new video. Let's see what we got. This video is coming from NASA Spaceflight. They let us look at this stuff over here and analyze this footage almost every day. So be sure to go over there, subscribe, go buy a When Hop shirt. Seriously. This footage was shot by Boca Chica gal. Mary, who's out there every day taking pictures for us so we could sit back on our couches or chairs, one chair, and analyze the footage. So make sure you go over there and support NSF with what they're doing. No, Busy. Oh, okay, Thomas, I got it. If the first orbital test of Starship succeeds, surviving re-entry and soft splashdown hot tub stream. No, I'm good. So this seems to be some kind of manifold here, and I'm not exactly sure what the heck that's for. We'd have to go get Hype Mirror over here and figure that one out. I want to look at these manifolds again. They're heat exchangers, Core. Are you aware of the State of NASA live stream at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow? Now I am. It's a heat exchanger. Okay. Oh, I see. You got pipes coming out of the top and the bottom, so they're going to flow propellant through this, and the coolant goes... Yeah, okay, I get it. It's a big freaking heat exchanger. I got it. Yeah, I see it. So, coolant in here, whatever you're using to cool and or heat's going through these, right? These manifolds right here? Yeah, okay, I see it. Well, it's not manifolds, it's just pipe flanges, but yeah. Yeah, T-Man, I got it, I remember now. Extensions added to the orbital launch mount. Here we go. But my propane powered hot tub stream. But my dang old propane powered hot tub stream, it ain't working. Oh, dang, I'll tell you what. Why would they do this? Oh, these are mounts for the launch table, from what it looks like. Short space news, you say? Yeah, then I changed my mind because too many people started asking about KSP, Doom. Well, at least I know where to get a When Hop shirt now. When Hop shirt now. Nice. Excuse me, When Hop. You can't fault people wanting to see KSP. That's why you were given a tight deadline in the first place, most likely. Yep. These are for. Look at these things. Need backup. I think the next thing we're going to see launching out of Texas is the orbital test. I'm pretty sure. It's just what I'm seeing. Like, they look at all the stuff that they moved to the pad. I think SpaceX is going full commit to the launch pad, to finishing the orbital launch pad. Big heat pump parts? Yep. I don't understand why they turn the up pipe like that. Yeah, that's actually, goalie, yeah, that makes no sense to me either. I'm failing to understand why they would do this. Because having the table, the launch table right here, right? And then having the pipe go like this and then out and not, why would you do this? That I don't understand that one. I'll be honest with you. That having the pipe go up like this and then straight is weakening the structure, because you have an obtuse angle right there under load, and that's actually, I'm not going to say it's weakening it, and I'm not going to say that I know better than the people that are actually making this pad. I'm wondering why. There's always a reason. I just don't know what that reason is. Play Polybridge and build something like that. Watch what happens. I think the OLM may slide over those parts that go vertical. You don't think they're going to stack it on the top there? Maybe they'll add cross bracing between each column to spread the load. Cross bracing. The only cross brace that would fix this Grav Shark is one that's going to the piece that's on the opposite side. And I'm pretty sure you can't put anything in the center of this. Putting something in the center of this is, yeah, not you ain't gonna get that back. Just putting it out there. Joints in Polybridge act like hinges, though. Okay, try to reinforce a joint like that, Roblox. See what happens. Do you think they're gonna stack the table on this? Yeah, Ark, that seems to be what they want to do. They want to have the tower catch the booster. It might be why they are adding extensions. Ark, okay, so my question right back at you is what benefit do you get from moving the launch table higher? What benefit do you get from that in terms of catching a booster? I'm just genuine question. I mean, I'm trying to kind of talk myself through it. Can't slide it over though because of those triangular supports. Look at the top of the pipe. There is mounting brackets. I mean, these gussets that are right here, yeah. Maybe it just needs to be higher to not be burnt up by the 27 engines. It's possible. Maybe they'll X-brace the sides or something. Maybe they'll put... So this will work better if they're like they put another one here and then they cross brace it like there's a huge X piece or something like this between each one of these, and they make a ring with these supports and then they put the table on that. That'll work. In GrabShark, if that's what you were saying, then that'll be fine. Or, well, not that I know. I mean, I'm sure whatever they're doing to do is going to be fine. It's not like they didn't take into account the stupid thing collapsing on itself. Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, Swishio, whose video is this? SpaceX 3D Creation Eccentric. So, th 30 meters. Okay. Yeah. This is right. I don't think they want a flame trench Roblox. It's going to look like the milk stool with Apollo. No flame trench required. If you make it high enough. Yeah, here, let me repost this if people want to go check out this channel even more. Like, I don't know this guy, so just want to make sure we give credit where credit is due. See, a horizontal beam like that isn't going to make this thing totally rigid. You're gonna need a cross brace here. But then again, these things do go down a good way. You don't get that. The idea is to make the pad as simple as possible, Motorkid. Flame trenches need to be refurbished, so just shoot it right at the ground. At least that's the plan. Huh. Yep. 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 Yeah, see? That's interesting. No, get that off the damn screen. I mean, if you spray enough water in here, it should work. Spray enough water down at the bottom here, that should be okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I just don't understand why they would extend it. Why not just... See, that's where I'm getting, like, super confused. Why didn't they... Once again, I'm not trying to say that I know any better. I'm wondering the decision behind doing that. we'll probably never know. You're saying that Starbase is going to get an actual water tower? Yeah, most likely, and it'll most likely be made out of a starship. I mean, it already does, Talon. Starhopper is a water tower. They use that to store water for the pads, you know? Yeah, Erasmus, I'm wondering why they did that. Maybe that's just, they just changed the design. Maybe they said, oh crap, this needs to be higher up because we figured out something new about the rocket, you know? I always assumed that this plate was just going to sit right here on top of these without these extension pieces. But yeah, that's a very weird way of doing that. I'm not sure why they just wouldn't put a diagonal pipe going all the way up. I'm trying to think of why you'd need to do that, but I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason. They wouldn't do it like that if there wasn't a good reason. Yeah, Saichi, that's the only thing I could think of. They did that to get the launch table higher up off the ground. Seriously. Maybe they just did that to get the orbital launch plate higher up. It could be something as simple as that. In fact, knowing SpaceX, it might be. Yeah, it's possible, goalie. Yeah, that's one heck of a heat exchanger. Oh, they did go with a manifold. Look at that. I don't know, Limprod, maybe. Yes, Hypersonic, that's the plan. Yeah, Tiny Tank, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, Sebi, I wouldn't be surprised if the second orbital launch platform that they build doesn't have that kink in it, then we know why. It's just to get the thing higher up off the ground. Guys welding and grinding back. Franker Grain put its boom down for the extension today. Yep. Yep. This is over at the propellant site where they're gonna build where they're building out the place for the fuel. What's the purpose of a manifold like that? It's a heat exchanger. When you exchange heat, Pacey, surface area has a lot to do with it. The more surface, if you're building a radiator that exchanges heat, right? Like on a car, for instance, the bigger the radiator, the more surface area, the more aluminum surface area that you expose to oncoming air, the more you can cool. It's just, yeah, radiation like that is entirely, or even convection, right? If we're talking about like a heat sink for a computer, right? It's all about surface area. So I'll give you an example. What does a heat sink look like on a computer? A heat sink isn't just this,
Discovery,
right?
go at throttle up.
Sagittarian, hey, thanks for the 5 subs. Much appreciated. A heat sink doesn't look like that, right? Heat sink looks like this. Right? Because all this extra surface area in here is used to exchange more heat. See what I'm talking about? That's why heat sinks are they look like all teethy and stuff. Thanks, Sagittarian. I appreciate it, man. So that's BN2. They're doing load testing on that. There's the launch table. They started putting hold down points in this thing, from what I understand. That guy's doing some welding in there. You can see where they ground back. They ground back all the welds, and they ground back the all the rust off of the thing, and it flash rusted, excuse me. See? Flash rusted right here. They ground a bit of the steel off, right, to do that weld right there. And then that exposed metal flash rusted real quick. That's okay. The flash rust here will protect it. What's with all the metal plating on the perimeter to help join the segments? Yeah. Sure, Saichi, yeah. Yeah. Power Boom put the boom down here to today to put the extensions on. I wonder if they're going for that SDW. We'll look at them some other time, T-Man. Offload the load sideways too. Yeah. Switchio, that's not really how that works. All the compression load that's getting put on this, especially with a fully fueled booster, is going to make, because you did this, right, instead of just making one angle all the way up, because you did this, right, load is going to be exerted right here. And it's going to want to push inwards now. All of these are going to want to push inwards because of this. Yeah, all of them are, yeah, that's what's going to happen. You can't have them pushing in on each other. If they're pushing in on each other, the pad could collapse inward. And once again, it's not like I know anything more than basic like dynamics here. This is just very simple dynamics and statics. But putting that under load is gonna, I know enough about this stuff that putting this under load is gonna get that thing to push in. It's gonna want to go like this thing. It's gonna put a lot of load right here. It's gonna stretch that metal, especially under a big load like that. It's gonna definitely want to push inwards, right? But I guess if you have all of these things pushing inwards at the same force, they can cancel each other out. Well, not really cancel each other out. That's not really how that works. Why would they do that then? Guinea, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand. I don't understand why they did that. Why they put the extensions in. Because, I mean, whatever, like, okay, once again, I want to be very clear. Whatever the reason why they did that is not, like, it's not like SpaceX doesn't know what they're doing. All right? Of course they know what they're doing. I'm sure it'll be fine, whatever it is. I want to understand why that was made that way, because they did it for a reason. There's always a reason with this stuff. There's always a reason why that happened that way, and I'm just interested to know what it was. It could be something as simple as, oh, we just wanted the pad higher up off the ground, so we wouldn't need a flame trench. Fine, yep, sure, okay, totally get it. Yeah, but for a cone to be structurally sound, Hellfish, you need all of your diagonals meeting at a point in the center. This is doing the opposite of that. But then again, they can't do that because there's a rocket in the way. It's just very interesting. I mean, dude, look at the size of these freaking things, man. Probably something to do with the sandy nature of the soil. I bet those pilings would get driven further under direct vertical loading. Yeah, mild. Yeah, maybe. That's an interesting thing, yeah. Yeah, Guinea, sure you could. What the heck is that? Now that's a diesel engine. Look at this thing. Look at the size of the turbo on that thing. Holy crap, that's a big turbo. Yeah, baby. And it's twin turbos, too. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's an 18-cylinder engine. Whatever. 18-cylinder twin-turbo diesel engine. Oh. Yeah, Hellfish, maybe. Yeah, interesting, Trojan. Yeah. What is this needed for? It's a generator. Electrical power. This is just a straight static diesel generator. It's a diesel generator that has its drive shaft plugged into a big alternator. That's it. That's all. I think this engine is bigger than my truck, Gojira. 5 of them have been delivered. Wow. That turbo is as big as that damn tire. That's crazy. So they can charge all the Teslas. I mean, yeah, probably. Dude, I just want to take a second to look. The back of the truck is sagging. Just take a step back and look at this picture with your peripherals. You know how heavy that freaking diesel engine is? Look at the frame of the truck. Frame of the truck's backwards. This is lower to the ground than the front. It's freaking... The truck's riding like this. Because the freaking... I mean, that or the guy has the bags down. He could have the bags down. Yeah, that's called a low boy trailer, Oradon. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, I'm sure you know that. But yeah. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, see what I'm talking about, man? Look at that. The back... That whole truck is like this. Because that friggin' thing is a freaking... I mean, look at the size of the turbo, dude. You gotta be kidding me. That thing is... The turbo is this big. Dude, I don't think a freaking, like, a V8 could even... It couldn't even spool that damn thing. You depress the bags for safety? Yeah, he could have the bag. You could just have the bag. Oh my god. You could just have the bags down for safety. Yeah, that guy has the bags down too. So, tractor trailers, guys. Little thing about tractor trailers for anybody that gives a crap. The back wheels are on bags. They're on airbags. You can basically kneel the back of the truck down, and that's how they get underneath the trailer, and then they inflate the bags in the, you know, they can move the trailer around. It's adjustable ride height using air suspension. Because the reason why they're using bags, there's airbags instead of springs in here, and the reason why they're doing that is because these types of diesel trucks already run off of a pneumatic system. The trucks work off of a system where in order to get the brakes to disengage, you have to build up pressure. You have to build up pneumatic pressure. That's the only way the brakes will disengage. So that's a safety mechanism. Like on a car, on a regular car, on your car, on my car, the brakes are open. And if you step on the brakes, they close. Right? With the truck, the brakes are in the closed position. They clamp, the caliper is clamping the axle, or the caliper is clamping the rotor, right? And then you have to build up pneumatic pressure to get the brakes to disengage. So a long time ago, they figured out that if you use airbags on the rear end of the truck already has a pneumatic system, so you can make it do that. You can make it do that as well. That's why when you hear a truck stop, it goes psss, that big pneumatic pressure discharge, because it has a pneumatic system to get the brakes to work. It's a lot safer doing it that way, because if the engine shuts off or your brakes fail or something, they'll close. If you pop a brake line, for instance, right? The pneumatic system will lose pressure and it'll clamp the brakes. Yeah, trucks have a crazy pneumatic system in there. And the whole reason why I bring this up, just in context, like that's the cool thing about the trucks. Now, think about this now. So vehicles have had pneumatic systems on them for a long time, right? And that's, in the context of the semi-truck, that's actually pretty cool. Now think about something like a Tesla Roadster. Putting RCS on a car is not as far-fetched as you might think. People have been putting pneumatic systems in cars for half of a century. Cars and trucks, I should say. Yeah. RCS. Like on the Tesla Roadster. It's not that far-fetched of an idea. Why so much power? Because diesel is one of the best ways to generate electricity. That's why locomotives use them. Those are locomotive engines. They are. I mean, I don't know what type of locomotive engine they are. Do we see a logo anywhere? Oh, that's cool, drummer. Oh. Kyron, you know right off the bat. All right, let's look at some specs of these bad boys. Technical data, yes please. 500 mil cylinder bore, 580 mil stroke. Let me just... "20-inch bore, 20-inch stroke." Wow. That's torque. Yeah, that's what I thought that was. Yeah. How much displacement would you like? Yes. What's the maximum torque that this thing generates? Cylinder output. Each cylinder puts out 950 or 975 kilowatts a cycle. Okay. Speed. Yeah, with a piston that big, yeah, 500 RPM max. Jeez. Rated power. The 18-cylinder version of this engine makes 17,100 kilowatts. And that's the generator output based on a generator efficiency of 96.5%. Wow. So that's 17... Okay. What's the turbo diameter on this thing? How many could fit in the truck? That engine is bigger than my truck. Did you change your lighting? Yeah, I did. You look more orange. Sweet. Those are made very close to you. Oh, neat. Engine can be run on either natural gas, light fuel oil, or heavy fuel oil. And it can switch smoothly between fuels while operating. Wow. Yeah, they run them lean. Enables a super high compression ratio. High compression ratios are better for diesels. So you want a super high compression ratio. So if you're combusting lean, yeah. But what needs that much power? An industrial grid, Sneaky? Yeah, an industrial grid. And Sneaky, this is the kind of stuff when I say it, like diesel, ain't going nowhere. That thing can power a small town for a pretty long time. Yeah. And you could use pretty much anything in a diesel. You can put whatever in it. They made it so it can run off heavy oil. Heavy or light oil. You could take motor oil from a car and pour it in the fuel tank and it'll work. Which is pretty crazy. You could put two-stroke in there. You could put gasoline in there. You could put propane in it. That's pretty awesome that it can run off of all of that stuff. That's pretty cool. Makes me wonder how that sounds compared to the Cato Light Model D350 we have on the farm. 8-cylinder Cummins. Yeah. Yeah, they could make that thing run off methane. Yeah, you need to generate all that power because of a factory. Yeah, exactly, Dave. That's it. It's because we know that SpaceX is not just building starships there. They're building the grid because there's no grid in Boca Chica. There's nothing. There's a residential power grid for Boca Chica Village, and that's it. They need the power. And most of it was done with solar and power walls, but you need some diesel generators in there as well. If they make it run off liquid methane, Sawyer, that'd be really cool. It can run off LNG. They said it in the brochure. I'll bet you that's the reason why SpaceX bought these things. You guys can rely on the Texas grid. Well, why would you pay to have them run a heavy power line out here? The other thing is, guys, you can say, oh, they don't rely on the Texas power grid. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. Most factories produce power on site because the draw is so ridiculously high for a factory. They consume so much power that it's cheaper for you to just make your own electricity. Just like sometimes it's cheaper for you to make your first and second stage on the same assembly line. Same thing. And if this thing's using liquid methane, well, that's actually pretty cool. Price tag on one of these engines? If you have to ask, Jay, you probably can't afford it. Oh, I'll tell you what, boy, that dang old engine can run off that dang old propane. Yeah, I'll tell you what, you can run off dang old propane. I'll tell you what. Oh, that's a monster. Dude, I want one, but I also have no idea what the hell I would do with this thing. Like, what do you do with that? Who cares? It makes 22,000 horsepower. Who cares? I want it. Yeah, it'd be natural gas. Yeah, run an ocean liner. Yeah, Doom, exactly, right? Spin a giant propeller. I think it's too heavy to do that. Here's one starting up, 1 minute 30. One starting up. Okay. It also has to do with the type of load. Large industrial loads tend to consume reactive power, which can shift the grid power factor lower. Grids don't like having a lower power factor. Yep. That's probably has a lot to do with it. Power Bitcoin hot tub. Alright, let's listen. It doesn't even sound like a freaking engine. That sounds like a steam locomotive because the RPM is so low. But when you have a 20-inch freaking piston, the piston is freaking this big. It's the piston's the size of a basketball or a football if you're from overseas. Not our football, their football, Americans. That doesn't even sound like a diesel engine. Crazy. 4 bar of pressure inside of there. Yeah. Yeah, square bore and stroke. Yeah. What's the stroke? 580 mil tree. So the pistons move about this far. 500 mil piston diameter, 580 mil stroke. So it's about this much. And the pistons are about that wide. And they've had 5 of them. I mean, look at the freaking turbos. And they're just plugged into a big generator. That's all. And this is, yeah, that's industrial wiring right there all day. Yeah, I don't think these things are bent because they're heavy. I think these dudes let the bags out. Oh my goodness. Dude. Like, I want to know who's the guy that, like, goes to Elon Musk and says, you know, hey, Elon, we need 5 diesel generators that, you know, to power Starbase, right? We need 5 diesel generators. Can I go score a couple of those? Oh, yeah, we need that for power generation. All right, cool. I'm going to go score these. I'll have them to you by Monday, right? Like, who is this? I want to meet this person. I'm serious. What do? Do you just call them? Like, yes, hello. I'd like to order 5 diesel generators, please. Do you have 5 diesel generators? Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you very much. All right. Do they send him an email? Hey, it's Bob at SpaceX. Do you guys have diesel generator? Like, what happens here? How does this work? Yes, 5, please. Do you call like you're ordering a damn pizza? Like, yeah, like just, oh yeah, I'd like 5 generators. Yes, with extra turbo, please. Yeah, yep. Hold the fries, thank you. Okay. Yeah, all right. See you later. Thanks. Bye. Click. All right. Diesel generators should be here by Monday. Like, think of all the flight miles you got on that purchase. Yeah, right. 5 really isn't that much as far as industrial power goes. Oh, I know, Prade, but it's not the first time they've done stuff like this. Like, somebody had to call a stainless steel plant at some point and say, hey, I need, like, a lot of stainless steel. How much stainless steel do you need? Yes. 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 Like, how does that... I want to know how that conversation goes down. Like, who's in charge of, like, industrial procurement at SpaceX? That would be such a cool job. Yes, hi. Crane lifting people? Yeah, I need... What's the biggest crane you got? What's the biggest crane you got? Oh, yes. The 11350. How many of those do you have? You only have 2. Okay, yeah, just send them down to Starbase. We're going to need them for about a month. All right, cool, great. Click. Like, how do you do that? How do you go around looking for procurement like that? Like, I actually want to know. Like, I mean, I get it. It's probably just like ordering anything else, but that conversation just seems real funny to me. Do you call and order these things like you're ordering a damn pizza? Like, you go up to the counter and hope they take you seriously? Yeah, like, is there a store around where you, or, yes, diesel generators are us. Oh, yeah, hi. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell by my shirt. I work for space flight company. Can you give me, like, 5 of these? You know, like, how does that happen? And they're like, yeah, it's going to cost you. Yeah. Can I have, like, 5 of these? You know? It's for a Mars rocket. But yeah, how does that conversation go down? I'm actually really curious. They have a form on their website to order them. Oh, okay. Just put it on the company card. It's fine. We'll just write it off later. It's like, is that how that actually happens? Yeah, I need a Liebherr 11350. It's a really big crane. It's gonna cost you a lot of moving fees. Yeah, but I need it. You know it's gonna cost a lot of money, right? Yeah. When can I have it, please? I'll just put it on the company card. Swing, you know, like. They cut a purchase order first? Yeah, cut a purchase. I like that. The bail posting scene from Harlem Nights. Good reference, dude. Yeah, right, Geeson? Do you name drop? Or do they do it? I'd imagine they would do it anonymously and purchase it through like a shell company like they did with Phobos and Deimos. Like, yeah, we need 5 diesel generators delivered to Brownsville. All right, what's the purchase order company say? Doge Mining Incorporated. Yeah, okay, cool. Like, is that how that works? Pay, just bill it. Yeah, right. Doge Mining Incorporated. Or, like, I know SpaceX produces, they buy stuff under shell companies, and the shell companies do have stupid names. They do. That's a page out of Walt Disney's book, believe it or not. All right. Purchase company, not a SpaceX, right? Yeah. Right? It has to be like that. That's right, 619. Yep. Every time I see Doge, I want to pronounce it Doji. Doggy? Oh, okay. Yeah, Water Tower Incorporated. Edison Motor Company. Edison Motor Company. Yep, we need 6 diesel generators to Edison Motor Company. Edison Motor Company? Yeah. Yeah, you just call them, tell them the application and power demand, and they respond with what they could provide. Dude, Jaka, like, it's just that's interesting stuff to me. Grain silos are us. Like, that's just interesting stuff to me, dude. Like, you know, it's like when you go around, remember that one time where we went around shopping for the 747 that would be right for the stream? Do you remember that? Yes, I find, and this is an old Tom Segura joke, but yes, I sometimes find myself browsing the internet for the private jet that best suits my needs. Like, what point do you have to get where you up and decide that you want a jet, a private jet? Like, is there like a level that you have to level up? Like, oh, I've reached level billionaire. I now have unlocked the private jet DLC. Like, how does that even happen? At what point do you decide, yes, I can buy a private jet? Do you unlock that capability? Is it DLC? Like, please tell me. Like, I want to know this because I want to play that game. That sounds like fun. You know. How many acres of solar power and batteries would be needed to match the power output of those 5 generators? A couple soccer pitches, drummer. A couple, to say the least. I don't know the math off the top of my head. Level 99, boss streamer. Yeah, right? At that point, you probably couldn't be bothered with the details, right? Yeah, I know. I asked my boss that very question. He said that one of his richer friends wanted a new jet, so he sold my boss his old jet at a deep discount. EVX, after college, I worked at CAT. Let me see. Industrial engineer for Packard. Cool. And Peterbilt on highway diesels. The same line could be tooled to make pleasure yacht chromed gensets as well as APC engines and backup generators for power plants. It's just a big factory doing things. That's cool, man. There's an anonymous order for 1150 SGs running on natural gas from quarter 2 2020. You've unlocked achievement, professional card swiper. Like, wouldn't that be crazy to actually get to that point? Like, I'm happy if I buy something off Amazon. I'm like, yeah, look at that. I just bought that. I just bought this light bulb. I just bought this automaton. Look at this thing. I don't know why I'm not playing it. I don't know. What do you want from me? Just gonna move the lights a little bit. Ah, yes. Much better. There was a one crane company that told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Standard concrete pole for sports lighting because they had a few electric company from the previous year, but I was lighting ball fields with them full time for years by then. Needless to say, I hired a different company. Interesting. Nice encore. No. Did you do something to your lighting? Yeah, I have Elgato key lights demo and a green screen coming. No, I'm not going to replace Phil. I'm going to keep Phil hanging from here just in case the green screen isn't too big, and it'll actually help put more weight on the screen to keep it straight. Well, I'll use basically Phil as a counterweight now. I'm gathering courage to buy new mirrors for my motorcycle. That average Joe life. Right, Ananas? Right? Like, yeah, dude. I'm still like that, man. Like, You guys take pretty good care of me. I'm pretty well off, but dude, once you get into that frugal mindset, it's extremely hard to just justify any particular thing. You guys don't see me buying new stuff all the time, right? Like, how long did it take me to buy a good set of lights for the stream? Like, you don't want to see what I mean, I was using just a bunch of spotlights before, right? Like, it's freaking nuts, man. Did you just find a good use for Yarg orange screen smoother? Yeah, right. Why do you name all your streaming equipment? Because chat did, Reagan. Excited to see the headset cord disappear. Yeah. Your prediction for Baku? Hamverbot. 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 I got the frugal bug a few months ago and haven't spent a single penny on leisure items since. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Nuclear. I went on a whim one day and bought a $20,000 car. That's kind of cool, Soapy. Then again, if you told me the day before I bought the Coronet back in 2013 that I would buy the Coronet the next day, I would have been like, no. I found the Coronet on Craigslist for a really good price, so that's why I jumped on it. All right. That's enough space news. Let's jump in. Large Chungus SSTO building. This is mission mode part 156.